The Napoleonic Wars, a series of conflicts that reshaped Europe and the world, were not the product of one man alone. They were the culmination of a century of political, economic, and social transformations that had left the old European order teetering on the brink of collapse. To understand Napoleon's rise and the wars that bear his name, we must first explore the volatile landscape of 18th century Europe, a world of absolute monarchs, Enlightenment ideas, and growing revolutionary fervor. The Ancien Regime, a world of absolutism and inequality. Before the French Revolution erupted in 1789, Europe was dominated by the Ancien Regime, a system of governance where monarchs ruled by divine right, supported by rigid hierarchies of nobility, clergy, and commoners. In countries like France, Austria, Prussia, and Russia, kings and emperors wielded nearly unchecked power. Beneath them, the nobility enjoyed privileges that insulated them from the struggles of ordinary people, while peasants and urban laborers bore the burdens of taxation and military service. France, the most populous and culturally influential country in Europe, epitomized this structure. The Bourbon monarchy, led by Louis XVI, ruled over a nation marked by economic disparity and political stagnation. The estates system divided society into three classes: the first estate, the clergy; the second estate, the nobility; and the third estate, everyone else, from wealthy merchants to impoverished peasants. This last group, which constituted over 95% of the population, faced crushing taxation and exclusion from meaningful political participation. Yet the system was under strain. By the late 18th century, ideas of liberty, equality, and reason were spreading across Europe, fueled by the Enlightenment. Thinkers like Voltaire, Rousseau, and Montesquieu challenged the legitimacy of absolute monarchy and advocated for the rights of individuals. Meanwhile, the success of the American Revolution, 1775 to 1783, demonstrated that these ideas could be put into practice, inspiring reformers and revolutionaries across the Atlantic. Economic hardship and social unrest in France. Economic crises often ignite revolutions, and France in the 1780s was no exception. Decades of war, including France's costly involvement in the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, and the American Revolution, had left the country deeply in debt. The monarchy's attempts to reform taxation and reduce spending were repeatedly blocked by the nobility, who clung to their privileges. At the same time, widespread crop failures led to food shortages, driving up the price of bread, the staple of the French diet, and fueling anger among the urban poor. In 1789, a political crisis erupted when King Louis XVI called the Estates General, an assembly of representatives from all three estates, for the first time in over 175 years. The Third Estate, frustrated by its lack of power and representation, broke away to form the National Assembly, vowing to create a new constitution. Their defiance marked the beginning of the French Revolution, a period of upheaval that would dismantle the Ancien Regime and set the stage for the Napoleonic era. The Revolutionary Wars begin. The early years of the French Revolution were marked by internal chaos and external threats. As France transitioned from a monarchy to a republic, European monarchs watched with alarm, fearing that revolutionary ideals would spread to their own realms. In 1792, France declared war on Austria, beginning a series of conflicts known as the Revolutionary Wars. These wars would expand over the next decade, pitting revolutionary France against a coalition of European powers determined to restore the Bourbon monarchy. Initially, the French armies were poorly trained and equipped, suffering humiliating defeats. However, the revolution unleashed a new sense of patriotism and military innovation. The levy en masse, a policy of mass conscription introduced in 1793, allowed France to field unprecedented numbers of soldiers. Revolutionary leaders like Georges Danton and Maximilien Robespierre framed the war as a struggle for liberty and survival, rallying the population against internal and external enemies. Amid this turmoil, a young Corsican artillery officer named Napoleon Bonaparte began to rise through the ranks. Born in 1769 on the island of Corsica, which had recently been annexed by France, Napoleon was a product of the Revolution's meritocratic ideals. His early career was marked by daring tactics and a keen strategic mind, qualities that would soon earn him both fame and power. The rise of Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon's first major opportunity came during the Siege of Toulon in 1793, where he demonstrated his brilliance as an artillery commander. His success at Toulon earned him a promotion to brigadier general at the age of 24, setting the stage for his meteoric rise. Over the next few years, Napoleon would prove himself not only a skilled military leader, but also a shrewd political operator. In 1796, Napoleon was given command of the Army of Italy, tasked with pushing back Austrian forces in northern Italy. Despite being outnumbered and poorly supplied, he achieved a series of stunning victories, using speed, surprise, and innovative tactics to defeat larger, more established armies. The Italian campaign not only secured France's dominance in the region but also made Napoleon a household name. Napoleon's victories brought him wealth, fame, and political influence. He returned to Paris as a hero, celebrated for his ability to deliver victories in the face of overwhelming odds. His charisma and ambition quickly set him apart from other generals, and he began to cultivate an image as a man destined for greatness. The Directory and the coup of 18 Brumaire. By 1799, France was governed by the Directory, a 5-member executive body that had replaced the Radical Committee of Public Safety. The Directory was plagued by corruption, inefficiency, and a lack of popular support. Many French citizens, exhausted by years of war and political instability, yearned for strong leadership. Sensing an opportunity, Napoleon staged a coup d'état on 18 Brumaire, November 9, 1799, overthrowing the Directory and establishing the consulate. As first consul, Napoleon held near dictatorial power, effectively ending the revolution while preserving some of its key achievements, such as legal equality and secular governance. The coup marked the beginning of a new era. While the Revolutionary Wars had been fought in the name of liberty and democracy, the Napoleonic Wars would be driven by the ambition of one man, a leader who sought not only to defend the revolution but also to reshape Europe in his own image. Europe on the brink of change. As the 19th century dawned, Europe stood on the brink of transformation. The old order, symbolized by monarchies like those of Austria, Prussia, and Russia, was under threat from the revolutionary ideals that France had unleashed. Napoleon, now at the helm of the most powerful state in Europe, was poised to become both the defender of the revolution and the architect of a new imperial system. The Napoleonic Wars would soon erupt, pitting France against a series of coalitions in a struggle for dominance that would reshape the continent. These wars would test the resilience of nations, the strategies of generals, and the will of entire populations. At the center of it all was Napoleon, a man whose ambition and genius would leave an indelible mark on history. The end of the 18th century marked a turning point in European history. The French Revolution, though chaotic and blood-stained, had dismantled the Ancien Regime and left France ripe for transformation. Into this fractured world stepped Napoleon Bonaparte, a military prodigy with an iron will and an insatiable ambition. By 1804, he had risen from first consul to emperor, reshaping France and setting the stage for a conflict that would engulf Europe. The consulate, Napoleon's early reforms. Napoleon's seizure of power in 1799, through the coup of 18 Brumaire, marked the end of the French Revolution and the beginning of his reign as first consul. While many viewed his ascent as a betrayal of revolutionary ideals, Napoleon skillfully portrayed himself as the guardian of the revolution's core principles: liberty, equality, and fraternity. His rule was authoritarian, but it brought stability to a nation exhausted by years of upheaval. Napoleon's first years in power were marked by sweeping reforms. The Napoleonic Code, enacted in 1804, standardized laws across France and eliminated feudal privileges. Rooted in the principles of the Revolution, it established equality before the law, guaranteed property rights, and reinforced secular governance. This legal code would become one of Napoleon's most enduring legacies, influencing legal systems worldwide. To consolidate his authority, Napoleon also reorganized France's administration, creating a centralized bureaucracy staffed by officials loyal to him. His education reforms emphasized merit over birth, nurturing a new elite class aligned with his vision for France. At the same time, Napoleon sought to heal the divisions caused by the Revolution. The Concordat of 1801 with the Catholic Church restored religious harmony, recognizing Catholicism as the religion of the majority, while maintaining state control over church affairs. Military prowess and early victories. While Napoleon's domestic policies were transformative, his genius truly shone on the battlefield. As first consul, he sought to end France's ongoing conflicts with its European rivals. The War of the Second Coalition, 1798–1802, pitted revolutionary France against a coalition that included Austria, Russia, and Britain. Napoleon's campaigns during this period solidified his reputation as one of history's greatest military commanders. In 1800, Napoleon crossed the Alps to confront Austrian forces in northern Italy. The campaign culminated in the Battle of Marengo, a hard-fought victory that restored French dominance in the region. Marengo was not only a strategic triumph but also a propaganda coup, reinforcing Napoleon's image as a fearless and invincible leader. The Treaty of Lunéville, 1801, and the Treaty of Amiens, 1802, temporarily ended hostilities, giving France control over vast territories in Europe and its overseas colonies. These treaties allowed Napoleon to focus on consolidating his power at home, but they also set the stage for future conflicts. Britain, in particular, viewed Napoleon's ambitions with suspicion, and the fragile peace would soon collapse. The coronation of Napoleon, Emperor of the French. By 1804, Napoleon had concentrated immense power in his hands. His successes, both military and administrative, earned him the loyalty of much of the French population, but his ambitions extended far beyond the role of first consul. On December 2, 1804, in a ceremony steeped in symbolism, Napoleon crowned himself Emperor of the French in the presence of Pope Pius VII at the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. This act, unprecedented in modern European history, sent a clear message. Napoleon's authority was not derived from divine right or hereditary privilege, but from his own achievements and the will of the people. By crowning himself, he emphasized his independence from the Church and the old monarchical order. The title of Emperor signified a break from the revolutionary republic and a return to centralized, imperial rule, though one rooted in meritocracy and revolutionary ideals. Napoleon's coronation was not merely a domestic event, it was a declaration to the rest of Europe. The monarchs of Austria, Prussia, and Russia watched with a mix of disdain and unease as Napoleon, a commoner by birth, established a new imperial dynasty. The balance of power in Europe was shifting, and Napoleon's ambitions threatened to upend the existing order. The Third Coalition, Europe unites against Napoleon. Napoleon's proclamation as emperor and his aggressive expansionist policies alarmed Europe's great powers. In 1805, Britain, Austria, and Russia formed the Third Coalition to counter France's growing influence. Napoleon responded with characteristic boldness, mobilizing his forces for a campaign that would demonstrate his military genius and redefine the geopolitics of Europe. The campaign began with a masterstroke of strategy. Napoleon's Grande Armée, a highly disciplined and professional force, crossed the Rhine and encircled the Austrian army at Ulm. The resulting surrender of 27,000 Austrian troops without a major battle was a testament to Napoleon's ability to outmaneuver his enemies. However, the true test came at the Battle of Austerlitz on December 2, 1805, exactly 1 year after his coronation. Facing a combined Austrian and Russian army, Napoleon devised a plan to feign weakness and lure his enemies into a trap. The battle, fought on the rolling plains of Moravia, ended in a decisive French victory. The coalition forces were shattered, and Austerlitz cemented Napoleon's reputation as a military genius. The victory at Austerlitz had profound consequences. Austria was forced to sue for peace, signing the Treaty of Pressburg, which ceded significant territories to France and its allies. The Holy Roman Empire, a millennia-old institution, was effectively dissolved, replaced by the Confederation of the Rhine, a coalition of German states under French influence. Napoleon had redrawn the map of Europe, solidifying his dominance and isolating Britain as his primary rival. Napoleon's empire at its zenith. By 1806, Napoleon's empire spanned much of continental Europe. His reforms extended beyond France, as he sought to modernize the territories under his control. Feudal privileges were abolished, legal codes standardized, and infrastructure developed. Napoleon's rule brought economic and administrative efficiency, but it also demanded loyalty and resources from the conquered peoples. The Napoleonic Empire was not without its challenges. Resistance movements began to emerge, fueled by nationalism and opposition to French domination. In Spain, Italy, and the German states, uprisings foreshadowed the difficulties Napoleon would face in maintaining his empire. The British, meanwhile, remained implacable in their opposition. Blockaded by the Royal Navy, Napoleon sought to weaken Britain economically through the Continental System, a trade embargo that aimed to isolate Britain from European markets. The policy, while ambitious, would ultimately backfire, straining relations with France's allies and damaging its own economy. Prelude to further conflict. Though Napoleon had achieved unprecedented power, his position was far from secure. The victories of the early 1800s masked the deepening challenges of empire, rising resistance, economic strains, and the relentless determination of his enemies. The Napoleonic Wars were far from over, and the conflicts that lay ahead would test Napoleon's resolve and reshape Europe once again. By the late 1800s, Napoleon Bonaparte had established himself as the master of continental Europe. The Austerlitz campaign had dismantled the Third Coalition, and his empire stretched across vast territories. Yet, Napoleon's ambition extended beyond conquest. He sought to dominate the economic and political systems of Europe as well. This desire culminated in the creation of the Continental System, a policy that aimed to weaken Britain by cutting off its trade with the rest of Europe. However, this ambitious strategy would lead to unintended consequences, sparking resistance, rebellion, and the disastrous Peninsular War. The Continental System, ambition meets reality. In 1806, Napoleon introduced the Continental System through the Berlin Decree, declaring a blockade of British goods across all territories under French influence. The goal was simple but audacious: to economically isolate Great Britain, Europe's dominant maritime power, and force its surrender through economic strangulation. By denying British goods access to European markets, Napoleon hoped to undermine Britain's ability to finance its wars. The system was expanded with the Milan Decree in 1807, which authorized the seizure of any neutral ship complying with British trade rules. This policy aimed to pressure neutral nations, such as the United States, into supporting France's efforts against Britain. At its height, the Continental System affected millions, disrupting trade networks and reshaping economies across Europe. However, the blockade faced significant challenges. British naval supremacy. Britain's Royal Navy effectively countered the blockade, ensuring the flow of goods through smuggling and maintaining dominance on the seas. Economic strain on allies. The system placed immense pressure on Napoleon's allies, many of whom relied on trade with Britain for their own economic stability. Widespread smuggling. Black markets thrived as merchants, and local officials sought to circumvent the restrictions, particularly in coastal regions. The system strained relations with neutral and allied countries, including Russia, whose dissatisfaction with the blockade would later play a pivotal role in Napoleon's downfall. More immediately, the enforcement of the Continental System in Portugal and Spain ignited a conflict that would become one of the defining struggles of the Napoleonic Wars. The invasion of Portugal. Portugal, a long-time ally of Britain, refused to comply with the Continental System. Its economy depended heavily on trade with Britain, and its geographical position made enforcement of the blockade nearly impossible. Frustrated by Portugal's defiance, Napoleon decided to act. In 1807, French and Spanish forces invaded Portugal under the pretext of enforcing the blockade. The Treaty of Fontainebleau, signed between Napoleon and Spain, divided Portugal into zones of influence, with the expectation that the Portuguese monarchy would be overthrown. By December of that year, Lisbon had fallen, and the Portuguese royal family fled to Brazil, establishing a government in exile. Napoleon's invasion of Portugal marked the beginning of his involvement in the Iberian Peninsula, a region that would prove to be his undoing. The Spanish quagmire, from ally to adversary. Spain, initially an ally of France, played a crucial role in the invasion of Portugal. However, the relationship between the two nations quickly soured. Napoleon's disdain for Spain's weak Bourbon monarchy led him to orchestrate a coup that deposed King Charles IV and his son Ferdinand VII in 1808. Napoleon installed his brother, Joseph Bonaparte, on the Spanish throne, believing this would secure French control over the peninsula. The Spanish people, however, reacted with outrage. The imposition of a foreign king, combined with widespread resentment of French troops stationed in Spain, sparked a nationalist uprising. On May 2, 1808, the people of Madrid rose against the French garrison in what became known as the Dos de Mayo uprising. Though the revolt was brutally suppressed, it ignited a broader resistance movement that spread across Spain. The conflict in Spain quickly devolved into a brutal guerrilla war. Spanish partisans, supported by the British Army under the command of Arthur Wellesley, later the Duke of Wellington, waged a relentless campaign of ambushes, sabotage, and hit-and-run attacks. The term guerrilla itself, meaning little war, entered the lexicon during this period. The British intervention and the Peninsular Campaign. Britain seized the opportunity to strike back against Napoleon by sending forces to aid the Spanish and Portuguese resistance. In 1808, Wellesley landed in Portugal and began a series of campaigns that would challenge French dominance in the region. The Battle of Vimeiro in 1808 marked the first significant defeat of French forces in Portugal. Over the next several years, Wellesley's forces, operating alongside Spanish guerrillas and Portuguese troops, would methodically drive the French out of the Iberian Peninsula. Key battles included Talavera, 1809, a hard-fought British-Spanish victory that bolstered morale but exposed the difficulties of coalition warfare. Badajoz and Ciudad Rodrigo, 1812, sieges that demonstrated Wellesley's growing prowess in combining siegecraft with strategic maneuvering. Salamanca, 1812, a decisive British victory that forced the French to retreat and paved the way for the liberation of Madrid. The Peninsular War drained French resources and morale. Napoleon's inability to decisively crush the resistance forced him to commit more troops to the region, weakening his position elsewhere in Europe. The impact of the Peninsular War. The Peninsular War was a turning point in the Napoleonic Wars. It exposed the limits of Napoleon's military and political power, demonstrating that his empire was not invincible. The conflict had far-reaching consequences. A new model of resistance, the guerrilla tactics employed by the Spanish, inspired other resistance movements across Europe, from Tyrol to Russia. Strained resources. The prolonged campaign diverted French troops and resources from other fronts, weakening Napoleon's ability to respond to threats elsewhere. The rise of Wellington. Wellesley's successes in the Iberian Peninsula established him as one of Napoleon's most formidable adversaries. By the time the French were driven out of Spain in 1814, Napoleon's empire was already crumbling. The Peninsular War had not only drained his resources but also emboldened his enemies, setting the stage for the coalition victories that would eventually bring about his downfall. The limits of ambition. The failure of the Continental System and the grinding attrition of the Peninsular War revealed the inherent contradictions in Napoleon's grand strategy. While he sought to create a unified Europe under French dominance, his policies alienated allies, incited rebellion, and stretched his forces to the breaking point. The events in Iberia were a microcosm of the challenges Napoleon would face in the coming years, a series of conflicts that would culminate in his disastrous campaign in Russia and the final collapse of his empire. By 1812, Napoleon Bonaparte was at the zenith of his power. His empire stretched from the Atlantic Ocean to the edges of Eastern Europe, and his rule extended over much of the continent either directly or through client states. However, his ambition knew no bounds. When Tsar Alexander I of Russia defied the Continental System, Napoleon resolved to bring Russia to heel. This decision would mark the beginning of the unraveling of his empire, culminating in one of the most disastrous military campaigns in history. Prelude to invasion. Rising tensions with Russia. The relationship between France and Russia, once cemented by the Treaty of Tilsit in 1807, began to deteriorate as the years progressed. The treaty, which had established an uneasy alliance between Napoleon and Alexander I, included Russian compliance with the Continental System. However, the embargo on British goods devastated the Russian economy, and resentment grew among Russian nobles and merchants. Additionally, Napoleon's territorial ambitions in Europe antagonized Alexander. His annexation of the Duchy of Oldenburg, a German state linked to the Russian royal family, was seen as a personal affront. Napoleon's aggressive expansion of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, effectively a French client state on Russia's doorstep, further strained relations. By 1812, both nations were preparing for war, driven by mutual distrust and irreconcilable ambitions. The Grande Armée, assembling the might of Europe. To enforce his will, Napoleon assembled the Grande Armée, a multinational force of unprecedented scale. Comprising over 600,000 soldiers drawn from across his empire, it included French troops as well as contingents from Poland, Germany, Italy, and other allied states. This army was the largest Europe had ever seen, a testament to Napoleon's logistical and organizational genius. Yet, the size of the Grande Armée concealed significant vulnerabilities. Diversity of forces. While its numbers were impressive, the army was composed of soldiers from diverse backgrounds, many of whom lacked loyalty to Napoleon or coordination with one another. Supply challenges. An army of such magnitude required enormous quantities of food, fodder, and ammunition, placing a heavy burden on Napoleon's supply lines. Underestimation of Russia. Napoleon believed that a swift campaign would bring the Tsar to the negotiating table, underestimating both the vastness of Russia and its defenders' resolve. In June 1812, the Grande Armée crossed the Neman River, marking the beginning of the invasion. Napoleon declared the campaign to be the Second Polish War, hoping to rally Polish support against Russia. Yet, as the campaign unfolded, it became clear that this would be no ordinary war. The scorched earth strategy. The Russian army, under the command of Mikhail Kutuzov and other generals, adopted a strategy of strategic retreat. Rather than confronting Napoleon in open battle, they withdrew deeper into Russian territory, avoiding direct confrontation while stretching the French supply lines. Along the way, the Russians employed a scorched earth policy, destroying crops, livestock, and infrastructure to deny the Grande Armée the resources it desperately needed. The vast distances of Russia compounded the logistical challenges. Napoleon's supply lines grew perilously thin, and his soldiers began to suffer from hunger, disease, and exhaustion. The oppressive heat of the Russian summer took its toll, while morale plummeted as the army advanced into a desolate and unyielding landscape. The Battle of Borodino, a Pyrrhic victory. On September 7, 1812, the Grande Armée finally encountered the main Russian force near the village of Borodino, west of Moscow. The Battle of Borodino was one of the bloodiest single-day engagements of the Napoleonic Wars, with over 70,000 casualties combined. Napoleon achieved a tactical victory, forcing the Russians to retreat, but it came at a heavy cost. The Grande Armée was severely weakened, and the victory did little to bring the campaign closer to its objective. Borodino exposed the grim realities of the Russian campaign. The Russians, though defeated on the battlefield, remained unbroken in spirit. Meanwhile, Napoleon's army was bleeding manpower and resources, with no decisive resolution in sight. The occupation of Moscow, a hollow triumph. On September 14, 1812, Napoleon's forces entered Moscow, expecting Tsar Alexander to sue for peace. Instead, they found the city abandoned. Russian authorities and much of the population had fled, and fires, either accidental or deliberately set, engulfed much of the city. Nearly three-quarters of Moscow was destroyed, leaving the Grande Armée without adequate shelter or supplies as winter loomed. Napoleon waited in vain for Alexander to negotiate. The Tsar, however, refused to capitulate, declaring that Russia would fight to the bitter end. The occupation of Moscow, rather than a turning point in the campaign, became a deadly trap for the French. The retreat begins, winter and disaster. By October, it became clear that no peace would be forthcoming. Reluctantly, Napoleon ordered a retreat. The decision came too late, as the brutal Russian winter descended upon the retreating army. Temperatures plummeted, and snowstorms battered the soldiers, many of whom lacked adequate clothing or footwear. The retreat turned into a nightmare. Harassed by Russian forces and local militias, the Grande Army faced constant skirmishes and ambushes. Starvation and frostbite claimed thousands of lives, while desertion rates soared. The once mighty Grande Army was now a shadow of its former self, its cohesion shattered and its morale broken. One of the most harrowing episodes of the retreat was the crossing of the Berezina River in November. Russian forces attempted to cut off the French escape, leading to a chaotic and bloody engagement. Though Napoleon managed to save a portion of his army, the crossing epitomized the suffering and desperation of the campaign. The aftermath: a broken empire. By December 1812, the remnants of the Grande Army staggered back across the Neman River. Of the 600,000 soldiers who had begun the campaign, fewer than 100,000 returned. The Russian campaign was a catastrophic failure, marking the beginning of the end for Napoleon's empire. The consequences of the invasion were profound. Loss of prestige: Napoleon's aura of invincibility was shattered, emboldening his enemies and undermining his authority at home. Coalition formed. The disaster in Russia prompted Britain, Prussia, Austria, and other powers to join forces against France in what became the Sixth Coalition. Economic strain: the cost of the campaign drained French resources, weakening Napoleon's ability to sustain his empire. Though Napoleon remained a formidable leader, the Russian campaign marked a turning point from which he would never fully recover. The war had exposed the vulnerabilities of his empire, setting the stage for the coalition victories that would ultimately bring about his downfall. The failure of the Russian campaign in 1812 shattered the invincibility of Napoleon's empire. The catastrophic losses suffered by the Grande Army emboldened his enemies across Europe. The powers of the Sixth Coalition, a formidable alliance of Russia, Prussia, Austria, Great Britain, Sweden, and smaller European states, saw an opportunity to overthrow Napoleon and dismantle his empire. What followed was a series of battles that would test Napoleon's resilience, ultimately leading to his defeat and abdication. The coalition assembles. In the aftermath of the Russian campaign, Tsar Alexander I called on Europe to unite against Napoleon. Britain, long the backbone of anti-French resistance, financed the coalition through its wealth and trade, while Prussia, embittered by years of subjugation, eagerly rejoined the fight. Austria, though a former ally, shifted sides, recognizing that Napoleon's dominance could no longer be sustained. The coalition aimed not just to defeat Napoleon but to roll back the territorial gains of his empire and restore a balance of power in Europe. Aware of Napoleon's tactical brilliance, they adopted a coordinated strategy designed to exploit his vulnerabilities. Overwhelmed with numbers, by mobilizing vast armies, the coalition sought to force Napoleon into battles where his forces would be outnumbered. Multi-front pressure: by attacking on multiple fronts, they aimed to stretch French resources and prevent Napoleon from concentrating his forces. Guerrilla resistance: in Spain, British forces under the Duke of Wellington, aided by Spanish and Portuguese partisans, continued to sap French strength in the Peninsular War. The Spring Campaign of 1813, a fight for survival. Despite the losses in Russia, Napoleon quickly began rebuilding his army. By the spring of 1813, he had assembled a force of over 200,000 soldiers, bolstered by conscripts and veterans from his remaining territories. His goal was to halt the coalition's advance and regain the initiative. The Spring Campaign began with a series of battles in Central Europe, where Napoleon demonstrated his enduring tactical brilliance. Battle of Lutzen, May 1813. Napoleon defeated a combined Russian-Prussian force, showcasing his ability to achieve victory even with inexperienced troops. Battle of Bautzen, May 1813. Another French victory, though Napoleon failed to decisively crush the coalition forces, allowing them to regroup. These victories temporarily checked the coalition's advance and forced Austria to remain neutral for a few months longer. However, they came at a cost. Napoleon's new army lacked the cohesion and experience of the Grande Army, and his resources were increasingly stretched. The turning point: the Battle of Leipzig. The decisive moment of the Sixth Coalition War came in October 1813 at the Battle of Leipzig, also known as the Battle of Nations. It was the largest battle of the Napoleonic Wars, involving over 600,000 troops from both sides. Napoleon, outnumbered and facing a coordinated attack from Russian, Prussian, Austrian, and Swedish forces, fought valiantly but was ultimately overwhelmed. Key moments included the defection of Saxon troops, who switched sides during the battle, further weakening Napoleon's position. The destruction of a key bridge during the French retreat, which trapped thousands of French soldiers on the wrong side of the river. After 4 days of relentless fighting, Napoleon was forced to retreat westward. The defeat at Leipzig marked a critical turning point. It signaled the collapse of French control over Germany and forced Napoleon to abandon his ambitions east of the Rhine River. The Peninsular War's final blow. While Napoleon struggled against the coalition in Central Europe, the Peninsular War reached its climax. The Duke of Wellington, having steadily driven French forces out of Spain, launched an invasion of southern France in 1814. Battles such as Vittoria and Toulouse marked the end of French dominance in the Iberian Peninsula. The campaign further drained Napoleon's resources and morale, demonstrating that his empire was unraveling on all fronts. The invasion of France. By early 1814, the coalition armies crossed into French territory. Napoleon, facing invasion from multiple directions, mounted a desperate defense. In a series of battles known as the 6 Days Campaign, he displayed his tactical genius, inflicting heavy casualties on the coalition forces. Yet, these victories were fleeting. The sheer weight of numbers against him made continued resistance futile. Coalition forces closed in on Paris, and on March 31, 1814, the city fell after a brief resistance. Napoleon, now isolated and facing mutiny among his generals, was forced to abdicate. Abdication and exile to Elba. On April 6, 1814, Napoleon signed his abdication at Fontainebleau, formally relinquishing power. The terms of his surrender, negotiated with the coalition, allowed him to retain the title of emperor but limited his domain to the small Mediterranean island of Elba. He was granted a modest escort of soldiers and the opportunity to rule over the island, effectively ending his reign as ruler of Europe. The Treaty of Fontainebleau exiled Napoleon to Elba, where he spent the next 10 months. During his exile, he worked to reform the island's administration, but his restless nature and the political instability of post-Napoleonic Europe would soon draw him back into the fray. The legacy of the Sixth Coalition. The War of the Sixth Coalition had far-reaching consequences. End of the French Empire. The coalition dismantled Napoleon's empire, restoring many of the monarchies and borders that had been altered during his reign. A new balance of power, the Congress of Vienna, which convened in 1814, sought to establish a lasting peace by creating a balance of power in Europe. A lesson in overreach. The coalition's victory demonstrated the limitations of Napoleon's strategy and the consequences of overextending one's resources and ambitions. Though the Sixth Coalition had succeeded in toppling Napoleon, the story of his career was not yet over. His brief return during the 100 Days would rekindle the flames of war one final time, but for now, Europe celebrated its liberation from his rule. Napoleon Bonaparte's exile to the small island of Elba in April 1814 seemed to mark the end of his extraordinary career. Yet, less than a year later, he escaped from exile and returned to France, sparking a dramatic comeback that would become known as the 100 Days. This period culminated in the fateful Battle of Waterloo, a conflict that would seal his fate and reshape Europe's future. Escape from Elba and the return to France. Napoleon's life on Elba was restless. Though granted the title of emperor and some autonomy over the island, he chafed under his diminished status. Reports of unrest in France, dissatisfaction with the restored Bourbon monarchy, and his own unrelenting ambition fueled his decision to act. On February 26, 1815, Napoleon slipped past his British guards and set sail for France with a small band of loyal followers. Landing near Caen on March 1, 1815, Napoleon began his march toward Paris. His journey through southern France was an extraordinary display of his charisma and the loyalty he inspired. As he advanced, soldiers sent to arrest him instead joined his cause, and the populace welcomed him as a hero. The phrase attributed to him, "If there is any man among you who wishes to kill his emperor, here I am," encapsulates the audacity of his return. By March 20, 1815, Napoleon had reclaimed his throne in Paris without firing a single shot. King Louis XVIII, the Bourbon monarch, fled, and the Napoleonic Empire was temporarily restored. The formation of the Seventh Coalition. Napoleon's return sent shockwaves through Europe. The powers that had defeated him only a year earlier swiftly formed the Seventh Coalition, determined to crush him once and for all. This coalition included Britain, Prussia, Austria, Russia, and smaller states, which committed vast armies to the task. Napoleon, aware that his only chance of survival lay in dividing and defeating the coalition before their forces could converge, acted with characteristic speed. He raised an army of about 200,000 men, known as the Armée du Nord, many of whom were veterans from his earlier campaigns. However, he faced immense challenges. Limited resources. France's economy and manpower were still recovering from years of war. Unstable alliances. Many of his former allies refused to join his cause, leaving him isolated. Global hostility. The coalition viewed him as a threat to the stability of Europe, ensuring no diplomatic resolution was possible. Napoleon's plan was to strike quickly in Belgium, where British and Prussian forces under the Duke of Wellington and Gebhard Leberecht von Blücher were assembling. The Campaign of Waterloo. In mid-June 1815, Napoleon launched his campaign into Belgium. His strategy aimed to divide the coalition forces and defeat them piecemeal. His initial moves were bold and effective. Battle of Ligny, June 16. Napoleon defeated the Prussian army under Blücher, temporarily forcing it to retreat. Battle of Quatre Bras, June 16. French forces, under Marshal Ney, fought the British under Wellington to a bloody stalemate. However, miscommunication and hesitation among his subordinates allowed the Prussian forces to regroup. The coalition armies remained intact, setting the stage for the climactic battle near the village of Waterloo on June 18, 1815. The Battle of Waterloo. The Battle of Waterloo was a contest of wills, strategy, and endurance. Napoleon faced Wellington's Anglo-Allied army, with the Prussians marching to reinforce them. The stakes could not have been higher. A French victory might secure Napoleon's empire, while defeat would mean his downfall. Initial deployments. Napoleon began the battle with an attack on the British-held farmhouse of Hougoumont, a critical stronghold. The fierce resistance of Wellington's troops at Hougoumont tied down significant French forces but failed to break the British line. The French attack. In the early afternoon, Napoleon launched a massive assault on Wellington's center. Marshal Ney led repeated charges of cavalry and infantry, but Wellington's troops formed infantry squares, a defensive formation that repelled the French attacks. The arrival of the Prussians. As the battle raged, Blücher's Prussian forces began arriving on Napoleon's right flank. The French were now fighting a two-front battle, stretching their forces to the breaking point. The Imperial Guard's last stand. In the evening, Napoleon sent his Imperial Guard, his elite troops and a symbol of his might, into a final desperate attack. For the first time in its history, the Guard was broken, signaling the collapse of the French position. As night fell, the French army dissolved into chaos. Napoleon's once mighty force was routed, and his hopes of regaining dominance in Europe were shattered. The aftermath of Waterloo. The defeat at Waterloo marked the end of the 100 Days and Napoleon's rule. He fled back to Paris, where he abdicated for the second time on June 22, 1815, in favor of his son, though the Bourbon monarchy was soon restored. Napoleon sought refuge in exile but found no escape. British forces captured him, and he was sent to the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic, where he would spend the remaining 6 years of his life. The legacy of Waterloo. The Battle of Waterloo had profound consequences for Napoleon and Europe. The end of the Napoleonic era. The defeat permanently ended Napoleon's political and military career, closing a chapter of European history dominated by his ambitions. The reshaping of Europe. The Congress of Vienna, already in session, solidified the post-Napoleonic order, redrawing borders and creating a balance of power designed to prevent future conflicts on such a scale. The myth of Napoleon. Though defeated, Napoleon's legacy endured. He became a symbol of ambition, reform, and resistance to traditional monarchies, inspiring movements across Europe and beyond. The name, Waterloo, entered history as a synonym for ultimate defeat. Yet, for Napoleon, his vision of a united Europe under his rule would remain an enduring dream, a testament to both the grandeur and folly of his ambition. Following his defeat at Waterloo in June 1815, Napoleon Bonaparte's fate was sealed. For the second time in just over a year, he was forced to abdicate his throne. However, the world was not willing to risk another return like the 100 Days, and Napoleon's enemies sought to ensure he would never again threaten the peace of Europe. This scene delves into his exile to St. Helena, his life in isolation, and his death, which transformed him from a defeated ruler into a legend. The journey to St. Helena. After his abdication, Napoleon initially sought refuge in Rochefort, hoping to escape to the United States. However, British naval forces patrolled the Atlantic, leaving him with no viable route. With no options left, he surrendered to the British, boarding the HMS Bellerophon on July 15, 1815. His captors decided to exile him to St. Helena, a small, remote volcanic island in the South Atlantic Ocean, over 1,200 miles from the nearest mainland. Unlike Elba, St. Helena was isolated, heavily guarded, and devoid of the resources that could enable an escape or a return to power. The British government was determined to ensure that this time, Napoleon would remain in exile for the rest of his life. Napoleon arrived on St. Helena on October 15, 1815, aboard the HMS Northumberland. His new home was the estate of Longwood House, a damp and windswept property located on the island's rugged terrain. The once mighty emperor was now confined to an existence that was humble, lonely, and far removed from the grandeur of his imperial court. Life on St. Helena, a fallen emperor. Napoleon's daily life on St. Helena was defined by monotony, discomfort, and surveillance. The British authorities, led by Governor Sir Hudson Lowe, imposed strict measures to prevent any escape or communication with the outside world. These measures included constant surveillance. British troops and naval patrols monitored him at all times, and his correspondence was heavily censored. Isolated conditions. Napoleon was cut off from news of the world, leaving him largely unaware of the developments in Europe. Restricted movement. He was permitted to roam only within a few miles of Longwood House, and even then, only with an escort. Napoleon's residence was poorly maintained and unsuited to the island's humid climate. He frequently complained about the conditions, citing the dampness, mold, and vermin that plagued Longwood House. Despite these hardships, he made efforts to maintain a semblance of dignity and routine. A structured daily routine. Napoleon divided his days between reading, writing, and walking in the gardens. He also dictated his memoirs, chronicling his life and campaigns in meticulous detail. Intellectual pursuits. He read extensively, covering subjects such as history, philosophy, and science. His reflections on great leaders, empires, and governance revealed his enduring interest in shaping how history would perceive him. Social interactions. Napoleon's small entourage, which included loyal followers like Count de Montholon and Count Las Cases, provided companionship and assisted in his writing. The writing of memoirs and shaping a legacy. One of Napoleon's primary activities on St. Helena was the dictation of his memoirs. These writings served multiple purposes. Defending his legacy, Napoleon sought to present himself as a champion of the ideals of the French Revolution: liberty, equality, and fraternity. He portrayed his wars as a response to the aggression of monarchies that sought to suppress these values. Rewriting history. In his memoirs, Napoleon minimized his defeats, emphasized his victories, and framed his downfall as the result of betrayal and unjust opposition. Inspiring future generations. By casting himself as a visionary leader and reformer, Napoleon ensured that his story would resonate beyond his lifetime. These efforts paid off. His writings, combined with the circumstances of his exile, transformed him into a martyr-like figure. For many, Napoleon became a symbol of ambition, resilience, and the struggle against tyranny, even as others continued to view him as a despot. Declining health and death. Over time, Napoleon's health began to deteriorate. He suffered from various ailments, including gastric pains and general fatigue, which worsened in the island's harsh climate. His complaints were dismissed by Governor Low and the British authorities, who believed he exaggerated his condition for sympathy. In early 1821, his health took a sharp turn for the worse. By April, it was clear that he was gravely ill. Despite the best efforts of his attendants and doctors, Napoleon succumbed to his illness on May 5, 1821, at the age of 51. The official cause of death was recorded as stomach cancer, though some historians have speculated about alternative causes, including arsenic poisoning. His final words, spoken in French, were reportedly, "France Army, tête d'armée, France Army, head of the army." These words reflected the enduring focus of his life, his homeland and the military. The funeral and burial. Napoleon was buried on St. Helena in a simple grave marked only by a headstone, as disputes arose over the inscription. His epitaph bore no mention of his imperial title, reflecting the British refusal to recognize his status as emperor. The return of the emperor, the legend lives on. In 1840, nearly 2 decades after his death, Napoleon's remains were exhumed and returned to France in an event known as the Retour des Cendres, Return of the Ashes. His body was reinterred in Les Invalides, a grand tomb in Paris, where it remains to this day. The event was a testament to the enduring fascination with Napoleon and his place in French history. The legacy of St. Helena. Napoleon's exile to St. Helena marked the end of an extraordinary life but the beginning of a powerful legacy. In the decades and centuries that followed, his story continued to inspire. Romanticism. Writers, poets, and artists of the 19th century romanticized Napoleon's life as a tragic tale of ambition and downfall. Political movements, leaders across Europe and the world drew lessons from his reforms, governance, and military strategies. National identity. In France, Napoleon became a symbol of national pride and resilience, his image immortalized in monuments, paintings, and literature. The small island of St. Helena, once a mere dot on the map, became a place of pilgrimage for those seeking to connect with the memory of one of history's most remarkable figures. Napoleon's exile and death transformed him from a defeated emperor into an enduring legend. Napoleon Bonaparte's legacy is as complex and multifaceted as his life. From his meteoric rise through the ranks of the French military to his ultimate fall at the Battle of Waterloo and final days in exile, Napoleon's impact on the world continues to reverberate long after his death. In this scene, we will explore the enduring influence of Napoleon's ideas, reforms, and legacy in military strategy, governance, and culture, and how he remains a symbol of both admiration and controversy. Napoleon as a military genius. One of the most enduring aspects of Napoleon's legacy is his status as one of history's greatest military tacticians and strategists. His campaigns, many of which are still studied in military academies worldwide, changed the nature of warfare and military leadership. Innovations in warfare. Napoleon's approach to war was revolutionary in several ways. Maneuver warfare. Napoleon emphasized the importance of speed, flexibility, and surprise, using the element of surprise and maneuvering his forces to strike at vulnerable points of the enemy. His ability to move large armies swiftly and decisively was a hallmark of his strategy. Corps system. One of his key innovations was the organization of his army into self-sufficient corps. Each corps was capable of independent operations but could quickly be brought together for decisive strikes. This flexibility allowed Napoleon to defeat larger, slower enemies by striking fast and concentrating his forces at the right place and time. Massive, combined arms attacks. Napoleon's forces used combined arms, integrating infantry, cavalry, artillery, and engineers into coordinated strikes. His emphasis on artillery, in particular, made it a dominant force in warfare, employing devastating barrages to break enemy lines. Victories and influence. Napoleon's victories at battles like Austerlitz, Jena, and Friedland became legendary. His ability to defeat armies much larger than his own, often by using terrain and timing to his advantage, demonstrated his extraordinary leadership. His success not only transformed European military tactics but also laid the groundwork for future military leaders. Napoleon's influence on future generations of military leaders. Napoleon's legacy as a military commander extends beyond his own time. Some of history's most prominent military figures, including Helmuth von Moltke, Owen Rommel, and Dwight D. Eisenhower, studied his campaigns and adapted his tactics to their own contexts. The Napoleonic Wars also led to the development of modern military doctrines, with Napoleon's emphasis on maneuver warfare, rapid logistics, and battlefield decisiveness continuing to influence military strategies in the 21st century. Napoleon as a statesman, reforms and legal legacy. While Napoleon is often remembered for his military conquests, his legacy as a ruler is equally significant. In the aftermath of the chaos of the French Revolution, Napoleon instituted a series of reforms that reshaped France and much of Europe. His vision of a more orderly, centralized state became the foundation of many modern systems of governance. The Napoleonic Code, perhaps Napoleon's most enduring contribution as a statesman, was the Napoleonic Code, or Code Civil, which he established in 1804. This comprehensive set of laws aimed to standardize legal systems and provide fairness, equality, and personal freedoms, laying the foundation for modern civil law in many countries. Key principles of the Napoleonic Code. The Code emphasized individual liberty, equality before the law, and protection of property rights. It also abolished feudal privileges and privileges of birth, promoting meritocracy over aristocratic privilege. Global influence. The Napoleonic Code had a profound impact on legal systems around the world. It became the foundation for civil law in many countries, including Belgium, Italy, Spain, Germany, and even in places as far away as Japan and parts of Latin America. The principles embodied in the Code continue to influence legal systems to this day, particularly in civil law jurisdictions. Educational reforms. Napoleon's reforms were not limited to the legal system. He recognized the importance of education in creating a loyal, competent citizenry. The establishment of lycées, state-run secondary schools, ensured that children from all walks of life had access to education and the opportunity to rise through merit, rather than birthright. These schools became the foundation for a modern, educated elite in France and beyond. Economic and administrative reforms. Napoleon also implemented significant economic and administrative reforms. His creation of the Bank of France stabilized the national currency and helped the French economy recover from the ravages of the Revolution. The centralization of government and the introduction of standardized taxation laid the groundwork for modern bureaucratic governance. Napoleon's role in shaping modern Europe. Napoleon's influence extends far beyond the borders of France. His conquests and the spread of revolutionary ideas helped shape the political landscape of 19th-century Europe and beyond. Redrawing the map of Europe, the Napoleonic Wars resulted in the dissolution of many old monarchies and empires, and the creation of new states. Napoleon's conquests effectively ended the Holy Roman Empire and led to the creation of the Confederation of the Rhine, a collection of German states under French influence. While Napoleon's empire was ultimately dismantled, the political and social changes he enacted had lasting consequences for European nations. The spread of nationalism. Napoleon's empire also contributed to the rise of nationalism in Europe. While Napoleon sought to consolidate power and create a Europe unified under his rule, his wars and reforms inadvertently encouraged the growth of nationalist sentiments, particularly in Germany, Italy, and Spain. These sentiments would later play a key role in the unification movements of the 19th century. The Congress of Vienna. After Napoleon's final defeat, European powers gathered at the Congress of Vienna, 1814–1815, to restore the old order and balance of power. However, Napoleon's influence on European politics could not be undone. The map of Europe was reshaped, but the nationalist movements and ideas Napoleon had unleashed would continue to shape Europe for decades to come. Napoleon in popular culture, the making of a legend. While Napoleon's reign lasted only a short period, his image has endured in popular culture, becoming a symbol of ambition, brilliance, and controversy. His figure has been romanticized, vilified, and dissected through various lenses of literature, art, and film. Napoleon in literature and art. Napoleon's legacy has been portrayed in countless novels, plays, and paintings. Writers such as Victor Hugo in his epic novel Les Miserables and Tolstoy in War and Peace explored the complexities of his character and reign. Artists like Jacques-Louis David created iconic portraits that immortalized Napoleon as a heroic figure, often portraying him as a man of destiny and greatness. Napoleon in film. From Abel Gantz's 1927 epic, Napoleon, to modern depictions in films such as Stanley Kubrick's Unmade Project or the 2023 Ridley Scott film Napoleon, the image of Napoleon has been continuously revisited. These portrayals often emphasize his larger-than-life persona, his military genius, and the tumultuous nature of his reign, making him one of history's most compelling figures. Napoleon as a symbol. Napoleon's image has been used in various contexts over the centuries. In France, he is celebrated as a national hero, symbolizing the power of the common man to rise against the odds. In contrast, in other countries, especially in the wake of his invasions, he has been seen as a tyrant and a destroyer of old traditions. Nevertheless, the fascination with his life and legacy persists. Napoleon's enduring impact on the world. Napoleon Bonaparte's impact on the world is far-reaching. His military innovations, legal reforms, and the spread of nationalism and modern statecraft have influenced generations of leaders and thinkers. Despite the controversy surrounding his rule, his life's narrative, from glory to downfall, remains one of the most compelling in history. Even today, Napoleon's legacy continues to shape the world's political, military, and cultural landscape, reminding us that even in defeat, a ruler's influence can outlast the empire he built. Napoleon Bonaparte's reign was not only defined by his military conquests but also by the profound political and social reforms he instituted across France and the territories he controlled. These reforms had a lasting impact on the development of modern Europe, shaping the political landscape for generations to come. This scene will delve into the depth and significance of Napoleon's reforms in governance, society, and the legal system, and explore how these reforms transcended his reign to leave an indelible mark on history. The establishment of a centralized bureaucratic state. One of Napoleon's major achievements was the creation of a highly centralized state in France. Before his rise to power, France had been plagued by political fragmentation, inefficient governance, and the corruption of the Ancien Regime. Napoleon sought to remedy these issues by consolidating power and creating a streamlined, efficient government capable of enacting reforms and executing policy decisions swiftly. Centralization of power. Napoleon abolished the system of local feudal governance, replacing it with a centralized administration where key decisions were made in Paris, often directly by the emperor himself. He reorganized the country into departments that were more manageable in size and governance, each overseen by a prefect appointed by the central government. The prefectural system. The creation of the prefectural system effectively made local government officials directly accountable to the central authority, rather than to the local nobility. Prefects had broad powers to oversee law enforcement, public works, and local tax collection, ensuring that Napoleon's policies were implemented throughout the empire. Napoleon's civil service. Napoleon established a professional and efficient civil service to manage the functions of government. His system recruited talented individuals based on merit, rather than aristocratic birth or privilege. This represented a stark contrast to the old system, where governmental positions were often filled by the aristocracy, regardless of their qualifications. The Napoleonic Code. Legal reforms that shaped the modern world. One of Napoleon's most enduring legacies was his reform of the legal system. In a time when France's legal system was a complex patchwork of regional laws, Napoleon sought to create a unified legal framework that would apply to all citizens equally. This vision culminated in the Napoleonic Code, a comprehensive set of laws that would influence legal systems worldwide. Equality before the law. The Napoleonic Code, or Code Civil, was promulgated in 1804 and became the cornerstone of Napoleon's vision for a just and fair society. The code abolished feudal privileges, ensuring that all men were treated equally before the law, regardless of their birth or social standing. This was a radical departure from the feudal system, where noble families enjoyed legal advantages over commoners. The protection of property rights. The Napoleonic Code also enshrined the protection of property rights, making it easier for individuals to buy, sell, and inherit property. It also introduced the concept of inheritance laws, ensuring that children, particularly sons, inherited property equally from their parents, helping to establish a more equitable social structure. Influence on other countries. The Napoleonic Code spread across Europe as Napoleon's empire expanded, influencing legal systems in countries such as Italy, Spain, Belgium, and parts of Germany. Even after Napoleon's fall, the code continued to form the basis of legal reform in many European countries and beyond. Today, the principles of the Napoleonic Code continue to inform the legal systems of nations with civil law traditions, including Japan, Brazil, and many others. Educational reforms, building a meritocratic society. Another cornerstone of Napoleon's vision for France was the reform of education. Napoleon understood that a strong, stable state required an educated citizenry, one capable of contributing to the economy, the military, and governance. To achieve this, he reformed the education system to promote merit and competence. The creation of the lycées. Napoleon established a network of lycées, public schools designed to provide a standardized and rigorous education to the next generation of French citizens. These schools were aimed at producing a class of well-educated and loyal bureaucrats, military officers, and professionals who would serve the state. The lycées were state-run, and entrance was based on merit rather than social class or wealth, making education more accessible to common citizens. Promotion of technical and vocational training. In addition to the lycées, Napoleon promoted specialized education in areas such as engineering, science, and the military. This focus on technical education helped lay the foundations for France's industrialization and technological advancements in the 19th century. The role of the University of France. Napoleon created the University of France to oversee the entire educational system, ensuring consistency and control. The university became an instrument of state power, allowing Napoleon to shape the intellectual life of the nation and make sure it aligned with his goals of national unity, loyalty, and merit. Religious reforms. The Concordat of 1801. Napoleon's relationship with the Catholic Church was both pragmatic and political. After years of revolutionary upheaval, which had resulted in the weakening of the Catholic Church's influence in France, Napoleon sought to reconcile with the Church in order to secure his rule and stabilize France. The Concordat of 1801. Napoleon negotiated the Concordat of 1801 with Pope Pius VII, which was an agreement that sought to restore the relationship between the French state and the Catholic Church. The Concordat allowed Napoleon to maintain state control over religious affairs while also acknowledging the Church's role in French society. State control over religious appointments. While the Pope retained the right to appoint bishops, Napoleon secured the right to influence those appointments, ensuring that religious leaders would be loyal to him. The Concordat also granted the Church the right to practice its religion freely, though the state retained significant control over church property. The impact on religious freedom. Though the Concordat restored Catholicism as the state religion, it also guaranteed religious freedom for other faiths, including Protestants and Jews. Napoleon's pragmatic approach helped ensure social stability, while also securing the loyalty of the Catholic population, which remained a major force in France and Europe. Social reforms, building a meritocratic society. Napoleon's political and social reforms aimed at creating a society where merit, rather than birthright, determined one's opportunities. His efforts to promote equality, improve education, and enhance the functioning of the state were part of a broader vision for a more efficient, modern society. Abolition of feudalism. Napoleon's reforms sought to eradicate the remnants of the old feudal system. By abolishing feudal privileges, he ensured that all French citizens, regardless of their social class, were subject to the same laws and had access to the same opportunities. This principle of egalitarianism was a central tenet of his rule, and it marked a significant step toward modernizing France and Europe. The creation of the Napoleonic Legion of Honor. Napoleon created the Legion of Honor to recognize individuals who had made significant contributions to France, whether in the military, politics, science, or the arts. This order was designed to reward merit and achievement, rather than social class or noble birth, and it became one of the most prestigious honors in France. Napoleon's reforms and the European continent. Napoleon's influence spread far beyond France. His reforms were implemented in the territories he conquered, and his vision of a unified Europe under French dominance took root, albeit temporarily. The political and social changes Napoleon introduced had a profound impact on the development of modern European nations. The spread of revolutionary ideals. Napoleon's occupation of much of Europe helped spread the ideals of the French Revolution, including liberty, equality, and fraternity. His legal and educational reforms encouraged the rise of nationalism, secularism, and meritocracy across the continent. The creation of satellite states. In countries like Italy, Germany, and Spain, Napoleon established satellite states governed by his family members or loyal allies. In these regions, he introduced reforms similar to those in France, including legal codes and administrative systems based on the Napoleonic model. The enduring influence of Napoleon's reforms. Though Napoleon's empire ultimately collapsed after his defeat at Waterloo, the reforms he instituted left an indelible mark on Europe. His contributions to law, education, government, and society set the stage for many of the political and social developments of the 19th and 20th centuries. In countries as diverse as Italy, Germany, Spain, and beyond, Napoleon's legal and administrative systems continued to shape the development of modern governance long after his death. Napoleon Bonaparte's rise to power was meteoric, and for over a decade, he ruled Europe with unparalleled authority. However, despite his military genius, personal ambition, and political acumen, the relentless nature of his conquests and the shifting alliances of Europe ultimately led to his downfall. In this scene, we will examine the events leading up to Napoleon's fall from power, focusing on the critical turning points that led to his defeat at Waterloo, his first abdication, his exile to Elba, and his brief return to power in the 100 Days, culminating in his final defeat and exile to St. Helena. The downfall begins, the invasion of Russia. Napoleon's downfall can be traced back to the ill-fated invasion of Russia in 1812. After successfully defeating much of Europe, Napoleon had established the French Empire across the continent, but Russia's refusal to comply with the Continental System, a trade blockade designed to weaken Britain, pushed Napoleon to take drastic action. The French invasion of Russia. In the summer of 1812, Napoleon assembled an enormous army, known as the Grand Army, to invade Russia. It was one of the largest military campaigns in history, with over 600,000 soldiers from various European nations under French control. However, the Russian campaign proved disastrous for Napoleon, as he vastly underestimated the resilience of the Russian army and the harshness of the Russian winter. The Russian strategy. The Russian forces, under Tsar Alexander I, employed a scorched-earth strategy, retreating deeper into their territory while burning villages, crops, and resources, depriving Napoleon's army of the supplies they needed. Napoleon's forces were forced to march deeper into Russia, eventually reaching Moscow, only to find the city abandoned and set alight by the retreating Russian forces. The retreat from Moscow. After suffering devastating losses and unable to win a decisive victory, Napoleon was forced to retreat from Russia in the fall of 1812. The retreat was catastrophic. Temperatures plunged, morale shattered, and disease and starvation decimated the Grand Army. By the time Napoleon withdrew, fewer than 100,000 soldiers remained. The invasion of Russia marked a turning point in Napoleon's fortunes. His once unbeatable military was severely weakened, and many of his allies began to desert him. The Sixth Coalition and the Battle of Leipzig. In the wake of the disastrous Russian campaign, the rest of Europe sensed an opportunity to break Napoleon's grip on power. A coalition of European powers, comprising Britain, Russia, Prussia, Austria, Sweden, and Spain, formed against France, marking the beginning of the Sixth Coalition. The Battle of Leipzig, 1813. The Sixth Coalition's forces converged on Napoleon's position in central Germany, and in October 1813, the Battle of Leipzig, also known as the Battle of Nations, took place. It was one of Napoleon's largest defeats. The coalition forces, outnumbering Napoleon's forces, decisively defeated him, forcing Napoleon to retreat back to France. The collapse of the French Empire. In the aftermath of the Battle of Leipzig, the coalition advanced into France, and by early 1814, Paris had been captured. Napoleon was forced to abdicate the throne on April 6, 1814, marking the end of his empire. The Treaty of Fontainebleau, signed shortly thereafter, allowed Napoleon to retain the title of emperor but under a vastly reduced scope. His new domain was the small island of Elba, located off the coast of Italy. Exile to Elba, the first abdication. After his abdication, Napoleon was exiled to the island of Elba, a tiny Mediterranean island that he was given sovereignty over. The terms of his exile were relatively generous. He was allowed to rule over the island and was given a personal guard and a small military force. Yet, despite his outwardly peaceful existence on Elba, Napoleon's ambitions remained intact. Napoleon's life on Elba. Napoleon took advantage of his exile to reform Elba's infrastructure, introducing modern agricultural techniques and even attempting to build a small navy. Despite these efforts, Napoleon's ambitions were never fully quenched. He kept in contact with his supporters in France, and rumors spread that he would eventually return. The Bourbon Restoration. Meanwhile, in France, the Bourbon monarchy was restored with Louis XVIII taking the throne. The Bourbon Restoration was deeply unpopular among many segments of the French population, particularly veterans of the Napoleonic Wars and those who had benefited from the Napoleonic reforms. The legitimacy of the new monarchy was questioned, and Napoleon's return seemed increasingly likely. The 100 Days, Napoleon's return. In early 1815, Napoleon saw an opportunity to return to France and reclaim his throne. His supporters, including soldiers and former allies, rallied to his cause. The restoration of Louis XVIII was seen by many as illegitimate, and Napoleon, sensing a shift in public sentiment, made his move. Escape from Elba. On February 26, 1815, Napoleon escaped from Elba with a small force of around 1,000 men and sailed to the French coast. The French government initially attempted to stop him, but the soldiers sent to confront him were swayed by his charisma and loyalty to his cause, and many joined his ranks. By March 20, 1815, Napoleon had regained control of France and was once again emperor. The 100 Days. Napoleon's return to power marked the beginning of the 100 Days, a brief period during which Napoleon reasserted his dominance in France and sought to re-establish his empire. However, his return also triggered a renewed coalition of European powers, determined to finally defeat him once and for all. The Battle of Waterloo. Napoleon's final defeat. The final confrontation between Napoleon and the Seventh Coalition took place on June 18, 1815, at the Battle of Waterloo. Napoleon's forces, numbering around 73,000 men, faced off against a combined force of British, Dutch, Prussian, and other Allied troops under the command of the Duke of Wellington and the Prussian Field Marshal Gebhard Leberecht von Blücher. The battle unfolds. The battle was fiercely contested, but Napoleon was ultimately outmaneuvered. His strategic errors, including underestimating the strength of the Prussian army and failing to coordinate effectively with his marshals, led to his downfall. The arrival of the Prussian forces on the battlefield sealed the fate of Napoleon's army. Napoleon's surrender. By the evening of June 18, it was clear that Napoleon had lost. His forces were routed, and he was forced to surrender to the British. The Battle of Waterloo ended Napoleon's rule once and for all, marking the end of the Napoleonic Wars. Exile to St. Helena, the end of Napoleon's life. After his defeat at Waterloo, Napoleon was captured by the British and exiled to the remote island of St. Helena, located in the South Atlantic Ocean. Unlike Elba, St. Helena was far more isolated, making escape nearly impossible. Life on St. Helena. Napoleon spent his remaining years in exile, living in relative obscurity. The British placed him under constant surveillance, and his daily life was restricted. Despite his confinement, Napoleon continued to receive visitors and dictated his memoirs, which were later published by his supporters and contributed to his enduring legacy. Napoleon's death. Napoleon's health began to deteriorate in the mid-1820s, and on May 5, 1821, he died at the age of 51. The cause of his death has been the subject of much debate. While some argue that he died from stomach cancer, others speculate that he may have been poisoned, though there is little evidence to support this theory. His death marked the definitive end of the Napoleonic era. The legacy of Napoleon's fall. Napoleon's fall from power was as dramatic as his rise. His ultimate defeat at Waterloo and exile to St. Helena brought an end to the Napoleonic Empire, but the ideas and changes he instigated continued to shape Europe for decades to come. The Congress of Vienna, which had assembled after Napoleon's abdication, sought to restore the balance of power in Europe, but the revolutionary ideals that Napoleon spread, nationalism, liberalism, and constitutionalism, would persist. Napoleon's life and career left an indelible mark on European history. He reshaped the continent through his military campaigns, his legal reforms, and his vision of a modern, unified Europe. Despite his fall, his legacy endures, and his name is forever associated with both the heights of glory and the depths of defeat. The fall of Napoleon Bonaparte marked the end of an era, but it also opened a new chapter in European history. After the final defeat of Napoleon at the Battle of Waterloo in 1815, the European powers that had fought against him sought to ensure that such a destructive conflict would never occur again. The Congress of Vienna, held from September 1814 to June 1815, was convened to restore order to Europe, redraw the map, and establish a new balance of power that would maintain peace on the continent for the foreseeable future. This scene will explore the Congress of Vienna in depth, examining the motivations of the major powers involved, the key decisions made, and the long-lasting impact the Congress had on European politics, borders, and the trajectory of the 19th century. The key players at the Congress of Vienna. The Congress of Vienna was a gathering of the great powers of Europe: Austria, Prussia, Russia, Great Britain, and France. These powers sought to reshape Europe and create a new international order that would prevent further conflicts like the Napoleonic Wars. The chief architects of the Congress were some of the most influential diplomats and leaders of the time, who each had their own vision for Europe's future. Clemens von Metternich, Austria. The Austrian foreign minister, Clemens von Metternich, was one of the most powerful figures at the Congress and played a central role in shaping the outcome. Metternich was a staunch believer in the principle of legitimacy, which held that monarchs who had been displaced by Napoleon should be restored to their thrones. He sought to create a stable, conservative order in Europe that would prevent revolutionary uprisings like those that had swept across Europe during the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars. Tsar Alexander I, Russia. Tsar Alexander I of Russia was another key player at the Congress. He initially advocated for a more liberal vision of Europe, including the idea of a holy alliance that would bind the monarchies of Europe together in a common defense against future revolutionary movements. However, as the Congress unfolded, Alexander's vision became more conservative, in alignment with Metternich's desire to preserve traditional monarchies. Prince Karel Schwarzenberg, Austria, and Prince Hardenberg, Prussia. These two diplomats from Austria and Prussia were also influential in the negotiations. They worked closely with Metternich and Tsar Alexander to ensure the restoration of traditional monarchies and the establishment of a stable, conservative European order. Lord Castlereagh, Great Britain. Robert Stewart, Viscount Castlereagh, was the British Foreign Secretary and played a vital role in the negotiations. Castlereagh's primary concern was preventing any one power from becoming too dominant in Europe. As a result, he advocated for a balance of power strategy, where no single state would be allowed to dominate the continent. His efforts ensured that Britain played a leading role in the creation of the post-Napoleonic order. Charles Maurice de Talleyrand, France. Despite France's role in instigating the Napoleonic Wars, the French diplomat Charles Maurice de Talleyrand was able to use his skillful diplomacy to secure a relatively favorable position for France at the Congress of Vienna. France was initially excluded from the negotiations after Napoleon's defeat, but Talleyrand's involvement helped reintegrate France into the diplomatic fold. His primary objective was to ensure that France was not overly punished and that it maintained its status as a major European power. The principles of the Congress of Vienna. The primary aim of the Congress of Vienna was to restore stability and peace to Europe after the chaos of the Napoleonic Wars. To achieve this, the major powers of Europe worked to establish several guiding principles that would shape the future of the continent. Legitimacy. The principle of legitimacy was based on the idea that rightful monarchs, displaced by Napoleon, should be restored to their thrones. This meant the return of the Bourbon monarchy in France under Louis XVIII, the restoration of Ferdinand VII in Spain, and the re-establishment of various other monarchies across Europe. The goal was to create a sense of continuity and stability, which could be achieved by returning to traditional monarchical rule. Balance of power. The Congress sought to create a balance of power that would prevent any one state from becoming too powerful. The idea was that if no single country became dominant, war would be less likely, and peace would be more easily maintained. This principle led to a reorganization of European territories, with new borders drawn to ensure that no one country could easily threaten the others. Compensation. The principle of compensation was based on the idea that countries that had sacrificed the most during the Napoleonic Wars should be rewarded with territorial gains. This was especially evident in the treatment of countries like Prussia, which gained significant territories in Germany and Poland, and Austria, which expanded its influence in Italy. Preventing revolution. One of the overarching goals of the Congress of Vienna was to suppress revolutionary movements. The French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars had been fueled by radical ideas, and the monarchs of Europe were determined to prevent such movements from taking root again. As a result, the Congress was shaped by conservative forces, with a strong emphasis on maintaining traditional monarchies and suppressing liberal and nationalist movements. The territorial settlement. One of the most important outcomes of the Congress of Vienna was the redrawing of Europe's political map. The Congress aimed to create a stable and balanced Europe by adjusting the borders of several countries. The restoration of Bourbon France. The Bourbon monarchy was restored in France under Louis XVIII, but France's borders were redrawn to limit its power. France was reduced to its 1792 boundaries, losing all the territories it had acquired under Napoleon, including the Rhine territories, parts of Italy, and the Netherlands. The creation of the German Confederation. In Germany, the Confederation of the Rhine, which had been created by Napoleon, was replaced with the German Confederation. This new political entity was a loose association of 39 independent German-speaking states, including Prussia, Austria, and smaller states such as Bavaria and Saxony. This new configuration helped maintain a balance of power in Central Europe but also set the stage for future German unification. The shaping of Italy, which had been a patchwork of various states under Napoleon, was reorganized. Austria gained control of northern Italy, including the Kingdom of Lombardy-Venetia, while the Papal States were restored under Pope Pius VII. Sardinia-Piedmont, which had been weakened by Napoleon, was strengthened with the addition of Genoa. The rise of Prussia and Russia. Prussia emerged as one of the strongest powers in Europe, acquiring significant territories in Germany and Poland. Russia also gained territory, especially in Poland, where the Congress Kingdom of Poland was created as a semi-autonomous state under Russian control. These territorial gains further solidified the influence of these powers in Europe. The partition of Poland. The partition of Poland was one of the most contentious issues at the Congress. Following the collapse of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in the late 18th century, Poland had been divided among Russia, Austria, and Prussia. At the Congress of Vienna, the remaining parts of Poland were carved up, with Russia taking control of the majority of the territory, further cementing its position as a dominant European power. The Congress of Vienna's long-term impact. The Congress of Vienna succeeded in restoring a degree of stability to Europe and preventing major wars for nearly a century. However, its conservative policies also sowed the seeds for future conflicts, particularly regarding the issues of nationalism and liberalism. Nationalism and unification movements. The Congress failed to fully address the growing nationalist movements that were beginning to take hold across Europe. While the Congress sought to maintain the old order of monarchies, it inadvertently contributed to the rise of nationalist sentiments, particularly in places like Italy and Germany, where unification movements would eventually reshape the political landscape. The suppression of liberalism. The Congress was also aimed at suppressing the spread of liberalism. However, the ideas of the French Revolution, such as individual rights, representative government, and the abolition of feudal privileges, continued to resonate with many Europeans, leading to revolutionary movements later in the century. The Concert of Europe. The Congress of Vienna established a system of diplomacy known as the Concert of Europe, which was intended to maintain the balance of power and prevent the outbreak of major wars. The concert worked through periodic conferences and cooperation between the major powers, allowing them to address issues before they escalated into conflict. The legacy of the Congress. The decisions made at the Congress of Vienna would shape European politics for much of the 19th century. While the Congress failed to resolve all of Europe's problems, it established a framework for diplomacy and cooperation that would last until the outbreak of the First World War in 1914. As the 19th century unfolded, the political order established by the Congress of Vienna began to face increasing challenges. While the Congress succeeded in restoring much of the old European order and staving off major conflicts for several decades, it also created tensions that would soon erupt into widespread unrest. At the heart of these tensions was the rise of nationalism and liberalism, ideologies that challenged the conservative monarchies and empires that had been put in place after Napoleon's defeat. The most significant manifestation of this discontent came in the form of the revolutions of 1848, a wave of revolutionary movements that swept across Europe. To understand the causes of these uprisings, we must first examine the broader context of nationalism and the struggles for political reform. Nationalism in Europe, the idea of the nation-state. Nationalism, a political ideology that emphasizes loyalty to a shared identity based on common language, culture, history, and often religion, began to gain traction in Europe during the early 19th century. The Napoleonic Wars had inadvertently helped spread the ideas of nationalism, as Napoleon's conquests had reorganized much of Europe and created new political structures that disregarded old feudal boundaries. While the French Empire had been toppled, the seeds of nationalism that had been sown across the continent would prove difficult to suppress. The decline of feudalism. One of the key components of the rise of nationalism was the decline of the old feudal system. For centuries, Europe had been divided into fragmented kingdoms, principalities, and duchies, each with its own monarchs and local rulers. The Congress of Vienna had attempted to restore many of these old dynastic states, but the increasing centralization of power in countries like Prussia and France undermined the traditional order. The role of the French Revolution. The French Revolution, 1789, had introduced the concept of popular sovereignty, where the power of the state was derived from the people rather than the monarchy. While the revolution was ultimately suppressed, its ideas about democracy and nationalism spread across Europe, particularly in the territories Napoleon had conquered. As French influence waned, nationalist movements began to take root, advocating for the creation of unified nation-states in places like Germany, Italy, and Poland. Cultural nationalism. The 19th century also saw the rise of cultural nationalism, where intellectuals, artists, and historians played a pivotal role in fostering a sense of national identity. In Germany, for example, figures such as Johann Wolfgang von Goethe and Friedrich Schiller helped to cultivate a shared sense of German culture and history, laying the groundwork for the eventual unification of Germany. The liberal challenge. Calls for political reform. Alongside nationalism, liberalism was another powerful force that emerged in opposition to the conservative regimes established by the Congress of Vienna. Liberalism in this context referred to a belief in individual rights, constitutional government, the rule of law, and the expansion of political participation. It was a direct challenge to the authoritarian monarchies that dominated Europe, many of which were still influenced by the traditional aristocratic structures. The growing discontent with absolutism. The rulers who had emerged from the Congress of Vienna were overwhelmingly conservative, adhering to the principles of legitimacy and the divine right of kings. Metternich's vision for Europe was one of stability through conservative monarchies, yet in many areas, people were growing increasingly dissatisfied with absolute rule. These monarchs, such as Louis Philippe of France and Ferdinand I of Austria, were perceived as out of touch with the aspirations of the emerging middle class and the rising demands for political reforms. Economic grievances. The economic climate of the early 19th century also contributed to the rise of liberal and nationalist movements. The Industrial Revolution, which had transformed the economies of Britain and France, was beginning to have an impact in other parts of Europe. However, much of the growth was uneven, and many workers faced poor conditions, long hours, and low wages. At the same time, a new bourgeois middle class, educated and often wealthy, demanded greater political rights, including universal suffrage and parliamentary representation. The spread of liberal ideas. Liberal ideas were spreading rapidly, especially in urban areas and intellectual circles. The French Revolution had established a model of popular sovereignty and political participation that was difficult to ignore. Writers and philosophers such as John Stuart Mill, Alexis de Tocqueville, and Benjamin Constant had popularized liberal thought, advocating for free speech, individual freedoms, and representative government. The revolutions of 1848, the triggering event. The dissatisfaction with conservative monarchies, combined with the demands for political and economic reform, led to widespread revolutionary uprisings across Europe in 1848. Often referred to as the Springtime of Nations, this period saw revolutions erupt in major cities such as Paris, Vienna, Berlin, Rome, and Budapest. Though the uprisings were ultimately crushed, they marked a turning point in European history. The February Revolution in France. The Revolution of 1848 in France was the first to erupt and served as an inspiration for the uprisings that followed. In February, the people of Paris, frustrated with the conservative policies of King Louis-Philippe, took to the streets demanding reforms. The monarchy was overthrown, and the Second French Republic was proclaimed. This revolution was fueled by demands for universal male suffrage, better working conditions, and political reforms. Revolutions in the German states. Following the success of the French revolutionaries, uprisings spread to the German states. Nationalist and liberal movements called for the unification of Germany and the establishment of constitutional governments. In cities like Berlin, Vienna, and Frankfurt, workers and intellectuals staged protests and demonstrations, demanding that the German Confederation adopt a more liberal constitution. These uprisings were met with force, as conservative forces, backed by Austria and Prussia, quelled the revolutions. However, the revolutions forced the monarchs of Germany to make concessions, including the creation of the Frankfurt Assembly, which sought to draft a constitution for a unified German state. The Hungarian Revolution. In Hungary, nationalist movements sought independence from the Austrian Empire, which was ruled by the Habsburgs. The Hungarian revolutionaries, led by Lajos Kossuth, demanded autonomy and reforms. The Hungarian Revolution was initially successful, but the Austrian Empire, with help from Russian troops, was able to crush the revolt by the end of the year. Despite its failure, the revolution in Hungary was part of a broader pattern across Europe in which nationalist movements sought greater autonomy or independence from the old empires. The Italian uprisings. In Italy, revolutions broke out in various city-states, particularly in the Papal States and Kingdom of Naples, with demands for a unified Italy and the removal of foreign rulers. In Rome, Pope Pius IX initially supported the reform movement, but was later forced to flee as the revolutionaries gained control of the city. These uprisings were also crushed by Austrian forces, but they played a key role in the eventual unification of Italy, which would be completed in the 1860s under the leadership of figures like Giuseppe Garibaldi and Count Cavour. The aftermath and legacy. The revolutions of 1848 were largely unsuccessful in achieving their immediate goals, as most of the revolutionary governments were overturned by conservative forces. Metternich and the Habsburgs managed to hold on to power in Austria, and the Prussian monarchy was able to suppress the uprisings in the German states. However, the revolutions marked a significant turning point in European history, as they highlighted the growing power of nationalist and liberal movements, which would continue to challenge the established order throughout the century. The rise of nationalism and liberalism. Despite the failure of the revolutions, they contributed to the eventual rise of nationalist and liberal movements in the decades to come. In the years following 1848, new revolutions would occur in the mid-19th century, and in countries like Italy and Germany, nationalist unification would eventually be achieved. The decline of the old order. The revolutions of 1848 were a clear sign that the old order established by the Congress of Vienna was beginning to erode. The rigid conservatism of the monarchies was increasingly at odds with the aspirations of a new generation of Europeans who sought democracy, national unity, and individual rights. As Europe moved toward the second half of the 19th century, the Habsburg Empire found itself increasingly embroiled in the complex and shifting political landscape of Europe. The rise of nationalism and liberalism, combined with ethnic diversity within the empire's borders, led to mounting pressure on the Habsburg monarchy. This scene explores the decline of the Habsburg Empire, the challenges it faced, and the events that ultimately led to its dissolution after World War I. The legacy of Metternich and the post-1848 era. The events of 1848 marked a pivotal moment in the history of the Habsburg Empire. Despite the failure of the revolutions, the Austrian Emperor Franz Joseph I and his conservative government were deeply shaken by the uprisings. The revolutions not only highlighted the growing dissatisfaction among the empire's diverse subjects, but also exposed the inherent weaknesses of the Habsburg monarchy. The empire's reliance on conservative policies and its inability to adapt to the changing demands of nationalism and liberalism would have far-reaching consequences. The conservative restoration under Franz Joseph I. After the failure of the 1848 uprisings, the Habsburgs began to restore order through more authoritarian means. Prince Clemens von Metternich, the architect of the conservative order in Europe, was forced to resign, and Emperor Franz Joseph I assumed direct control. Though Franz Joseph was a skilled monarch who managed to maintain the empire's stability for several decades, his reign was marked by a growing internal crisis. Nationalism and the struggle for autonomy. One of the most significant challenges the Habsburgs faced was the rise of nationalist movements within their multi-ethnic empire. The Habsburg Empire, encompassing regions that would later become Austria, Hungary, Bohemia, Poland, Italy, Ukraine, and the Balkans, was home to numerous ethnic groups, each with their own aspirations for independence or greater autonomy. As nationalist sentiments spread throughout Europe, many of these ethnic groups began to demand self-determination, which severely threatened the integrity of the empire. The Hungarian Compromise, 1867. The most significant manifestation of the growing ethnic tension within the empire was the Austro-Hungarian Compromise of 1867. Following a series of defeats in the wars with Prussia and Italy, Franz Joseph I was forced to make concessions to the Hungarian nobility, which had been advocating for greater autonomy for years. The dual monarchy was created, dividing the empire into two separate states, Austria and Hungary, with their own governments, parliaments, and military forces. Though this arrangement helped stabilize the empire temporarily, it also sowed the seeds of division, as it left numerous other ethnic groups, such as the Slavs, Italians, and Romanians, feeling marginalized. The rise of industrialization and political tensions. As the Second Industrial Revolution took hold across Europe, it began to reshape the social and economic structure of the Habsburg Empire. New technologies, such as the railroad and telegraph, facilitated communication and trade across the empire, but the benefits of industrialization were unevenly distributed. While urban centers like Vienna and Budapest saw significant economic growth, rural regions, particularly in the empire's eastern and southern territories, remained largely agricultural and underdeveloped. Economic modernization and social inequality. The growing industrial economy contributed to the widening gap between the upper classes, who benefited from new wealth, and the working class, which faced harsh conditions in factories. As in other European countries, the working class in Austria-Hungary began to organize and demand better labor rights and conditions. The growing industrialization also led to the rise of a new bourgeoisie, which sought political influence and greater participation in government. However, the old aristocratic elites, who had long controlled the empire, resisted these changes, leading to a political stalemate that would only intensify in the coming decades. The role of the nationalities question. The Habsburg Empire was home to a wide range of ethnic and linguistic groups, including Germans, Hungarians, Czechs, Poles, Serbs, Croats, and Italians, many of whom began to demand greater autonomy and recognition of their distinct identities. In Bohemia, modern-day Czech Republic, the Czech national movement gained momentum, as did the Slovak, Polish, and South Slavic movements in the Balkans. The Italian unification, which culminated in the Second Italian War of Independence, 1859, and the subsequent annexation of Venetia in 1866, further exacerbated the Habsburgs' challenges in maintaining their territorial integrity. The Balkan crisis and the empire's involvement. The Balkans were another region that played a crucial role in the decline of the Habsburg Empire. The Ottoman Empire, which had ruled much of the Balkans for centuries, was in rapid decline by the late 19th century, creating a power vacuum that the Habsburgs, Russia, and Italy were eager to fill. The Eastern Question, the term used to describe the competition for influence in the declining Ottoman Empire, had a direct impact on the stability of the Habsburg monarchy. The Austrian intervention in the Balkans. The Habsburgs had a long-standing interest in the Balkans, particularly in the regions of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which were strategically important and home to large Slavic populations. In 1878, following the Russo-Turkish War, the Habsburgs took control of Bosnia and Herzegovina under the Berlin Congress. This move angered many Slavic nationalists in Russia, who had hoped to exert influence over the region themselves. Despite the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina in 1908, tensions in the Balkans continued to escalate, with ethnic rivalries and nationalist movements threatening to destabilize the entire region. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, 1914. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, in Sarajevo in 1914 by a Bosnian Serb nationalist was the spark that ignited World War I. This event, which was viewed as an affront to the Habsburg Empire, set off a chain of events that ultimately led to the outbreak of war. The assassination revealed the deep divisions within the empire and the growing instability in the Balkans, which were exacerbated by the rise of Serbian nationalism and the alliance system that had developed in Europe. The Great War and the end of the Habsburg Empire. World War I marked the final chapter in the story of the Habsburg Empire. The empire, which had once been one of the most powerful in Europe, found itself on the losing side of the war, facing internal disintegration and external pressure from its enemies. The war not only decimated the Habsburg military but also highlighted the empire's inability to cope with the nationalist aspirations of its many ethnic groups. The collapse of the empire. As the war dragged on, internal dissent grew, and nationalist movements in the empire's various regions, particularly in Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and the South Slavic regions, became more vocal. In 1918, as Austria-Hungary was defeated on the battlefield, the empire began to collapse. On October 28, 1918, Czechoslovakia declared independence, followed by Hungary and the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, which would become Yugoslavia. The Habsburg monarchy was officially dissolved, and Emperor Charles I was forced to abdicate. The Treaty of Saint-Germain and the Legacy. The Treaty of Saint-Germain, 1919, formally dismantled the Habsburg Empire, redistributing its territories among several new nations. Austria became a republic, while the newly formed states of Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and Hungary were carved out of the former empire. The dissolution of the empire marked the end of over 6 centuries of Habsburg rule, leaving behind a legacy of both cultural richness and political fragmentation. Conclusion: the Habsburg Empire's enduring impact. The decline of the Habsburg Empire was a result of both internal and external pressures that emerged in the 19th century. Nationalism, liberalism, economic change, and ethnic diversity all played a role in weakening the empire's structure. Despite its collapse, the legacy of the Habsburgs lives on in the nations that emerged from the wreckage of the empire. The political and cultural changes brought about by the Habsburgs' long reign have left an indelible mark on Central and Eastern Europe, shaping the course of European history well into the 20th century. While the decline of the Habsburg Empire is often associated with political turmoil and the collapse of its multi-ethnic state, the empire's cultural contributions remain significant. This scene explores the rich cultural and artistic achievements of the Habsburgs, the lasting influence of their patronage, and the empire's role in shaping European cultural history. The role of the Habsburgs in the arts and culture. The Habsburgs were not just political rulers, they were also influential patrons of the arts, and their court became a major center of European culture. From the Renaissance to the Baroque period, the Habsburg monarchs supported artists, musicians, architects, and writers, turning their empire into a hub of creativity and innovation. The imperial court in Vienna and Prague was known for its splendor, and the Habsburgs took great pride in their role as protectors of European culture. The Baroque age and artistic flourishing. The Habsburgs, particularly under Emperor Leopold I and Empress Maria Theresa, presided over a period of intense artistic and architectural development. The Baroque style, characterized by grandeur, drama, and movement, was embraced by the Habsburg court. This era saw the construction of magnificent palaces and churches, with the most notable examples being Schönbrunn Palace in Vienna and the Karlskirche, St. Charles's Church. The imperial capital, Vienna, became one of the most important Baroque cities in Europe, its streets and buildings decorated with grandiose statues and fountains that reflected the power and prestige of the Habsburgs. The patronage of music and the rise of classical Vienna. One of the most enduring legacies of the Habsburg Empire lies in the realm of music. The court of Vienna became a center for classical music, attracting some of the greatest composers in history. Under the Habsburgs, the city fostered the careers of figures like Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, Ludwig van Beethoven, and Joseph Haydn, who composed some of their most famous works under the auspices of the empire. The Habsburgs' court was known for hosting lavish concerts and opera performances, and their patronage played a critical role in the development of classical music. The influence of Italian Renaissance art. The Habsburgs were deeply influenced by the Italian Renaissance, and they used Italian artists to decorate the imperial palaces and churches. Peter Paul Rubens, one of the foremost Baroque painters, was employed by the Habsburg court to create grand works of art that conveyed the dynasty's power and religious devotion. The presence of Italian artists and architects in Vienna and Prague resulted in the blending of the Italian Renaissance style with local traditions, creating a unique fusion that would define Habsburg art and architecture for centuries. Cultural integration, multiculturalism in the Habsburg Empire. The Habsburg Empire was one of the most ethnically diverse states in Europe, and this diversity had a profound impact on its cultural development. The empire's territory spanned a vast array of cultures, languages, and religious practices, and while this diversity sometimes led to conflict and tension, it also fostered cultural exchange and artistic innovation. The Habsburgs' ability to manage this diversity and incorporate various ethnic and cultural traditions into the empire's identity remains a notable aspect of their legacy. A melting pot of languages and traditions, the Habsburgs ruled over a multilingual and multi-ethnic population. Within the empire, there were numerous ethnic groups, including Germans, Hungarians, Czechs, Poles, Ukrainians, Italians, Croats, and Serbs. The Habsburgs managed this diversity by encouraging a policy of cultural tolerance, though not without tensions. While German remained the dominant language of administration, the empire recognized the importance of other languages, such as Hungarian, Czech, and Italian, and granted them some degree of autonomy. The coexistence of so many different languages and traditions helped foster a culture of exchange, where ideas, art, and music from across Europe could mingle and evolve. The spread of Baroque and Rococo architecture. The Habsburgs' influence extended far beyond Austria, particularly in the regions they controlled, such as Bohemia, Hungary, and the Balkans. In these areas, Habsburg patronage helped introduce Baroque and Rococo styles, which had previously been more prominent in Western Europe. The Rococo style, with its emphasis on lightness, elegance, and ornamentation, became particularly popular in Vienna and Budapest, where churches, palaces, and private residences were transformed into works of art. The presence of such grandeur in the empire's cities symbolized the power of the monarchy and its commitment to maintaining cultural sophistication. The role of the Jesuits in education and arts. The Habsburg Empire was deeply influenced by Jesuit education and religious orders. Jesuit schools and universities were established throughout the empire, promoting the education of the elite in philosophy, literature, and the arts. These institutions not only created an intellectual environment where artists and thinkers could thrive but also served as a means for the Habsburgs to consolidate their power by promoting loyalty to the monarchy and the Catholic faith. The development of the modern Habsburg identity. The Habsburgs, with their vast empire, sought to create a unified imperial identity that would transcend the empire's internal divisions. While the various ethnic and linguistic groups often struggled for autonomy, the Habsburgs' efforts to establish a sense of imperial unity through culture and tradition proved influential. The celebration of imperial achievements, such as the Vienna World's Fair of 1873, reflected the Habsburgs' desire to showcase their empire as a beacon of modernity and progress in the heart of Europe. The role of the monarchy in shaping national identity. The Habsburg monarchy played a crucial role in shaping the identity of the various nations within the empire. By promoting certain cultural traditions and historical narratives, the Habsburgs sought to unify their diverse subjects under the banner of imperial loyalty. However, the monarchy's efforts to mold a shared cultural identity were complicated by the rising nationalism among the empire's various ethnic groups, which began to demand greater recognition of their unique cultural identities. Cultural contributions of the Austrian Empire. In the Austrian part of the empire, Vienna became a cultural epicenter, attracting artists, philosophers, and intellectuals from across Europe. The city was home to the influential Vienna Secession, a movement that championed modernism in art and design. The works of Gustav Klimt, Egon Schiele, and Otto Wagner reflected the changing cultural climate of the late Habsburg period. This period also saw the development of new artistic forms, such as the secessionist style, which sought to break away from traditional academic art and embrace innovative, avant-garde techniques. Cultural contributions beyond the arts. While the Habsburgs are most often remembered for their contributions to the arts, their impact on European society extended into other areas. From the scientific advancements made in Vienna to the establishment of cultural institutions that endure to this day, the Habsburgs' patronage helped lay the groundwork for the modernization of Europe. Vienna's role in science and philosophy. Vienna was not just a cultural capital, it was also an intellectual center. Under Habsburg patronage, the city became home to some of Europe's greatest minds in the fields of science, philosophy, and economics. Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis, and Ludwig Wittgenstein, one of the 20th century's most influential philosophers, both spent significant time in Vienna. The Vienna Circle, a group of philosophers and scientists who promoted logical positivism, also emerged during the Habsburg era. Institutionalizing cultural heritage. The Habsburgs were instrumental in the establishment of many cultural institutions that still shape the world today. The Austrian National Library, the Kunsthistorisches Museum, Museum of Art History, and the Academy of Fine Arts all owe their existence to Habsburg patronage. These institutions helped preserve Europe's cultural heritage and made significant contributions to the development of modern art, literature, and science. Conclusion: the enduring legacy of Habsburg culture. Despite the eventual collapse of the Habsburg Empire, its cultural legacy continues to shape the artistic, intellectual, and architectural landscapes of Europe. The Habsburgs' patronage of the arts, their support for multiculturalism, and their role in fostering intellectual innovation left an indelible mark on European civilization. The Baroque architecture of Vienna, the Viennese musical tradition, and the cultural institutions they helped establish are enduring symbols of the empire's cultural power. Even after the monarchy's dissolution, the Habsburg influence continues to resonate in modern-day Europe, particularly in Austria, Hungary, and the Czech Republic, where the echoes of the imperial past remain in the streets, museums, and concert halls. The Habsburg Empire, once the most influential political entity in Central and Eastern Europe, faced a steady decline in the 19th and early 20th centuries. This scene delves into the complex factors that led to the empire's eventual dissolution after World War I, exploring the internal challenges, external pressures, and the eventual collapse of a once mighty dynasty. Internal challenges, nationalism and ethnic strife. One of the most significant internal challenges that the Habsburg Empire faced in the 19th century was the rise of nationalism. As the empire spanned numerous diverse ethnic groups and regions, each with its own language, culture, and identity, the demand for greater autonomy grew. Nationalism was particularly strong in the empire's non-German speaking regions, such as Hungary, Bohemia, Italy, and the Balkans, where ethnic groups began to demand independence or at least more political power. The rise of Hungarian nationalism, one of the first major nationalist movements to challenge Habsburg authority, came from Hungary. Throughout the early 19th century, Hungarian nationalists pushed for greater autonomy from Vienna. The Hungarian Revolution of 1848 was a key turning point, as Lajos Kossuth, a Hungarian politician and journalist, called for full independence from the Habsburgs. While the revolution was crushed with the help of Russian forces, it highlighted the growing unrest within the empire and the increasingly vocal demands for national self-determination. In response to these pressures, the Austro-Hungarian Compromise of 1867 was introduced, creating a dual monarchy between Austria and Hungary. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was born, but this compromise would not solve the underlying ethnic tensions. While Hungary gained significant autonomy, other ethnic groups in the empire, such as the Czechs, Slavs, and Italians, remained dissatisfied. Slavic nationalism and the Czech question. The rise of Slavic nationalism also posed a threat to the Habsburg Empire. In regions such as Bohemia and Moravia, Czechs demanded greater political representation and cultural recognition. The Czech national revival was a cultural movement that sought to promote the Czech language and traditions, while the Czech-speaking population began to demand greater influence within the imperial system. Czech nationalists sought to replicate the Hungarian example and gain more autonomy. But this was met with resistance from the Habsburg monarchy, which sought to preserve the integrity of its centralized control. Similarly, in the southern Slavic territories, which included present-day Croatia and Serbia, nationalist movements pushed for independence from the Habsburgs. The Italian question and the unification of Italy. The Habsburgs' control over northern Italy also came under threat from the burgeoning movement for Italian unification. The Kingdom of Sardinia, led by Count Camillo di Cavour, and revolutionary movements like those led by Giuseppe Garibaldi, sought to unite the fragmented Italian states into a single nation-state. As part of the efforts to unify Italy, Habsburg-controlled territories such as Lombardy and Venetia became targets. The Austro-Prussian War of 1866 resulted in the defeat of Austria and the subsequent loss of Lombardy to Italy, further weakening Habsburg influence in Italy. The loss of Lombardy was symbolic of the growing failure of the Habsburgs to maintain control over their diverse holdings. The Balkans and the rise of panslavism. In the Balkans, the Habsburgs were faced with increasing tensions due to the rise of panslavism, a movement advocating for the unity of Slavic peoples, many of whom were living under Austro-Hungarian rule. The Serbs, in particular, sought independence from the empire, and they found support from Russia, which was eager to extend its influence in the region. The complex web of alliances and rivalries in the Balkans contributed to the instability that would eventually spark the outbreak of World War I. Economic decline and social unrest. In addition to the rising nationalism and ethnic strife, the Habsburg Empire also faced significant economic challenges in the 19th century. The empire's economy, which had once thrived under the auspices of its agricultural and industrial sectors, began to stagnate. The Industrial Revolution that had transformed much of Western Europe had largely bypassed the Habsburg lands, and the empire struggled to modernize its economy in the face of competition from more industrialized powers like Germany and Britain. Economic inequality and social unrest. The Habsburgs' failure to modernize their economy led to significant social unrest. Industrialization in the empire was slow, and many regions remained largely agrarian. This created deep economic inequalities between the wealthy elite and the poor working class. In the urban centers, poverty and overcrowding became rampant as workers flocked to the cities in search of employment. Meanwhile, the aristocracy continued to live in luxury. These disparities fueled labor unrest and protests, particularly in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as the working class demanded better wages, working conditions, and political representation. The struggles of the monarchy. The Habsburg monarchy, led by Emperor Franz Joseph I for much of the 19th century, became increasingly ineffective in dealing with the empire's growing problems. Although Franz Joseph was a deeply respected monarch, his long reign of over 60 years saw the gradual weakening of the monarchy's authority. The empire's inability to reconcile the demands of various ethnic groups, alongside its failure to modernize economically and politically, caused the Habsburg Dynasty to lose credibility. Franz Joseph's attempts to maintain the status quo through reforms often failed to address the deeper structural problems facing the empire. The First World War and the final blow to the empire. The final blow to the Habsburg Empire came with the outbreak of World War I in 1914. The war had devastating consequences for the empire, which was already teetering on the brink of collapse due to internal divisions and external pressures. Austria-Hungary entered the war as part of the Central Powers, alongside Germany, Ottoman Turkey, and Bulgaria, but the empire's military and economic resources were stretched thin by the prolonged conflict. The spark of the war, assassination in Sarajevo, the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, in Sarajevo in June 1914 served as the immediate catalyst for World War I. While the assassination was carried out by a group of Bosnian Serb nationalists, it exposed the deep tensions between the Slavic populations of the empire and the ruling Austro-Hungarian elite. In an attempt to crush rising nationalist sentiment, Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia, triggering a cascade of alliances and declarations of war that would engulf Europe. The war's toll on the empire. The war placed immense pressure on the empire's resources. The dual monarchy of Austria and Hungary found it increasingly difficult to coordinate military and political efforts, especially as the various ethnic groups within the empire became more disillusioned. The war devastated the Habsburg economy, and the empire faced significant military defeats on the Eastern Front and the Italian Front. By 1917 and 1918, the empire's ability to continue fighting was severely diminished. The collapse of the empire. As the war reached its conclusion in 1918, the Habsburg Empire was effectively disintegrating. In the face of military defeat, Emperor Karl I, Charles I, attempted to introduce reforms, including efforts to create a federal state that would grant more autonomy to the various ethnic groups. However, it was too little, too late. In November 1918, following the defeat of the Central Powers, Emperor Karl I abdicated the throne, marking the official end of the Habsburg Empire. The empire was replaced by several successor states, including Austria, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia. Legacy of the Habsburg Empire's decline. The collapse of the Habsburg Empire had profound consequences for the future of Central and Eastern Europe. The breakup of the empire led to the creation of new nation-states and the redrawing of the European map, but it also sowed the seeds for future conflicts. The new borders created by the Treaty of Saint-Germain and the Treaty of Trianon left many ethnic minorities stranded in newly created states, leading to further instability. The impact on Central Europe. The successor states of the Habsburg Empire struggled with ethnic tensions, territorial disputes, and economic instability. Austria and Hungary, in particular, experienced significant challenges as they tried to redefine themselves without the Habsburg monarchy. The Habsburg legacy was evident in the cultural institutions they had established, but the political fragmentation of Central Europe created new divisions. The end of an era. The fall of the Habsburg Empire marked the end of one of Europe's longest-running dynasties. For centuries, the Habsburgs had been the central figures in European diplomacy, warfare, and culture. Their empire had played a crucial role in shaping the history of Central and Eastern Europe, and its demise marked the end of an era in European history. While the Habsburg Empire officially came to an end with the abdication of Emperor Karl I in 1918, its legacy continues to influence the political, cultural, and historical landscape of Central and Eastern Europe. In this scene, we explore the far-reaching impacts of the Habsburg dynasty on modern European history, examining how their centuries of rule have shaped the successor states, their people, and even the larger context of global geopolitics. The creation of successor states. The collapse of the Habsburg Empire following World War I did not mark the complete disappearance of its cultural, political, and economic influence. The empire's disintegration resulted in the creation of several new nation-states, which inherited various aspects of the Habsburg legacy. The Treaty of Saint-Germain, 1919, and the Treaty of Trianon, 1920, were the primary agreements that reshaped the map of Central and Eastern Europe, but these new borders and political entities were deeply shaped by the centuries of Habsburg rule. Austria, from empire to republic. With the disintegration of the Habsburg Empire, Austria became a republic, but the transition was neither smooth nor straightforward. The newly established First Austrian Republic faced significant challenges, including the economic consequences of war, political instability, and the lingering influence of its imperial past. The country's new democratic government struggled to integrate the diverse populations of the former empire, many of whom had identified more with the Habsburg monarchy than with a national identity tied to the Austrian Republic. Despite the challenges, the Habsburg legacy remained deeply ingrained in Austrian culture. Vienna, once the heart of the empire, continued to serve as a cultural and intellectual hub, fostering artistic, musical, and philosophical achievements that had flourished under imperial rule. Figures like Sigmund Freud, Gustav Klimt, and Arnold Schoenberg were part of the continued cultural scene in post-imperial Vienna. However, Austria's political landscape would remain turbulent throughout the 20th century, including the rise of Nazism in the 1930s, and Austria's eventual incorporation into Nazi Germany in 1938. Hungary, a shifting national identity. In Hungary, the aftermath of World War I and the Treaty of Trianon left lasting scars on the national psyche. The treaty resulted in the loss of significant territories, including Transylvania, Vojvodina, and parts of Slovakia, which were given to Romania, Serbia, and Czechoslovakia, respectively. These territorial losses and the economic ramifications of the war made it difficult for the new Hungarian state to establish a stable identity. The loss of the imperial link left many Hungarians disillusioned, and the Hungarian Revolution of 1919, led by the Hungarian Soviet Republic under Béla Kun, was a brief attempt to create a socialist state. However, the revolution was crushed, and Hungary shifted towards an authoritarian regime under Miklós Horthy, who served as regent until the country's involvement in World War II. Throughout the 20th century, Hungary's politics remained in flux, often reflecting the ongoing struggle to reconcile the loss of imperial grandeur with the realities of a small, independent nation-state. Czechoslovakia, a new Czechoslovak identity. The creation of Czechoslovakia in 1918, under the leadership of Tomáš Garriga Masaryk and Edvard Beneš, was one of the most significant geopolitical changes following the end of the Habsburg Empire. The Czechs and Slovaks, who had once been part of the Austrian Empire, with the Czechs previously part of Bohemia, now sought to create a new national identity based on their common Slavic heritage. However, Czechoslovakia was a deeply diverse country, with substantial Hungarian, German, and Polish minorities, which created tensions in the interwar period. The Sudeten Germans, German-speaking Czechoslovaks, became a major source of conflict, as they sought greater autonomy or even union with Nazi Germany in the 1930s. The creation of Czechoslovakia, while symbolizing a break from the imperial past, showed the challenges of building a cohesive national identity from a mix of ethnic groups with different political aspirations. Yugoslavia, the South Slavic dream. The Kingdom of Yugoslavia, originally called the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, emerged from the ruins of the Habsburg Empire in 1918 as a unification of several Slavic nations in the Balkans. The state was established with the ambition of creating a united South Slavic nation, encompassing Serbs, Croats, Slovenians, and others. However, the Habsburg legacy of ethnic and regional diversity was carried into the new state, and these tensions proved difficult to overcome. Despite attempts to create a unified Yugoslav identity, ethnic and nationalist strife remained prevalent, particularly between the Serbs and the Croats. The monarchy, initially led by King Alexander I, would be overthrown in 1945, and the country would later become a communist republic under Josip Broz Tito. While the Habsburg Empire had provided a relatively stable political framework, the post-Habsburg states struggled with fragmentation, and the legacy of competing nationalist movements would lead to the violent breakup of Yugoslavia in the 1990s. Cultural and intellectual legacy. Beyond the political changes, the Habsburg Empire left a profound mark on the cultural and intellectual development of Central and Eastern Europe. The empire was home to a rich tradition of art, music, philosophy, and literature that influenced generations of European thinkers and artists. Vienna, the capital of culture. Vienna, as the heart of the Habsburg Empire, continued to be a center of culture and innovation well into the 20th century. The legacy of Habsburg patronage of the arts, architecture, and intellectual life remained evident in the city's vibrancy. The works of composers like Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, Ludwig van Beethoven, and Johann Strauss continued to shape Vienna's musical reputation, even after the empire's collapse. Vienna's intellectual scene also played a crucial role in shaping modern European thought. The Vienna Circle, a group of philosophers, mathematicians, and scientists in the early 20th century, contributed significantly to the development of logical positivism. In the field of psychology, Sigmund Freud, who came from a Jewish family in Vienna, revolutionized our understanding of the human mind, while Karl Popper and others influenced the fields of science and philosophy. Language and literature. The linguistic diversity of the Habsburg Empire was remarkable. The empire was home to German, Hungarian, Czech, Slovak, Italian, Polish, and Croatian, among other languages, and the literary traditions that emerged from these languages continued to have lasting effects. Writers such as Franz Kafka, German-speaking, Milan Kundera, Czech, and Ivo Andrić, Serbian, explored the complexities of identity, politics, and history in their works. Many of these writers reflected on the tensions and struggles of living within an empire that was continually on the brink of dissolution. The Habsburgs in modern memory. Despite the fall of their empire, the Habsburgs remain an important part of Central and Eastern European history. For many, the monarchy is remembered nostalgically as a symbol of a lost era of grandeur and stability. In Austria and Hungary, the Habsburg legacy is still visible in architecture, art, and national memory. However, the legacy of the Habsburgs is also viewed more critically by some, particularly in the successor states. For many Slavs, the Habsburgs represented oppression and the domination of foreign rulers over their lands and peoples. The national movements that arose in the 19th century were a direct response to centuries of Habsburg rule, seeking self-determination and independence from what many saw as a foreign dynasty. The Habsburg legacy remains complex, marked by both admiration and resentment, but undeniably shaping the political and cultural contours of Central and Eastern Europe. The fall of the Habsburg Empire is inextricably linked to the devastation of World War I. The war, which began in 1914, tore through Europe like a storm, leaving in its wake not only massive destruction but also political and social upheaval. For the Habsburgs, this war marked the final chapter of their centuries-long rule over Central and Eastern Europe. In this scene, we will explore how World War I contributed to the collapse of the empire, the struggles it faced during the conflict, and the ultimate abdication of Emperor Karl I, which led to the dissolution of the monarchy. The Habsburg Empire's role in World War I. The Habsburg Empire entered World War I in 1914, shortly after the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo. The assassination was the spark that ignited a conflict that would engulf the entire European continent. The Austro-Hungarian monarchy, led by Emperor Franz Joseph I, was quick to declare war on Serbia, which, in turn, triggered the larger alliances of the era into action. The empire's military strategy was to quickly defeat Serbia before turning its attention to the Russian Empire, which was seen as the next major threat to the Austro-Hungarian throne. However, the war did not go as planned. Austria-Hungary faced significant challenges from multiple fronts, including the Eastern Front against Russia, the Italian Front, and the growing tensions with its own diverse populations. The empire's military capabilities, while formidable at first, were strained by the prolonged nature of the war. The failure of the dual monarchy's military strategy. One of the major weaknesses of the Habsburg Empire in World War I was its reliance on the dual monarchy structure. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was a union of two distinct entities, Austria and Hungary, each with its own interests, armies, and political struggles. This division was problematic during the war, as there was little unity in terms of strategy and execution. The Hungarian leadership, for instance, often disagreed with Austrian military leaders, resulting in a lack of coherent decision-making at the highest levels. This fragmentation undermined the empire's ability to effectively mobilize resources and troops. The Eastern Front was where Austria-Hungary faced its first major setbacks. Despite initial victories, the empire was unable to hold its ground against the Russian Empire, whose larger and more numerous forces put immense pressure on the Austro-Hungarian army. The empire's military strategy was further hampered by logistical issues, including insufficient supply lines and a lack of modern equipment. As the war dragged on, more and more soldiers from the Austrian and Hungarian armies were lost, and morale in the ranks began to deteriorate. Ethnic tensions and the strain of war. The diverse nature of the Habsburg Empire was both a strength and a weakness. At the outset of the war, many of the empire's ethnic minorities, such as the Czechs, Slovaks, Serbs, Croats, and Romanians, had little allegiance to the Austro-Hungarian throne. Nationalist movements across the empire were calling for greater autonomy, if not outright independence. The war intensified these ethnic tensions, as different groups began to question their loyalty to the monarchy. The Czech and Slovak populations, for example, were increasingly vocal in their desire for independence. This sentiment grew even stronger as the war continued, with the Czech National Council and other political bodies advocating for a break from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Similarly, in the Balkans, many ethnic groups were pushing for autonomy, leading to rising unrest and mutinies within the army. The monarchy's attempt to suppress these movements often resulted in brutal crackdowns, further alienating its subjects. The military failures on the front lines only added fuel to the fire, as the Habsburgs' ability to maintain control over the vast empire became increasingly uncertain. The morale of the civilian population, too, began to falter, as food shortages, inflation, and military defeats contributed to a general sense of disillusionment. The collapse of the Central Powers and the weakening of the Habsburg Empire. Austria-Hungary's fate was tied to the broader fortunes of the Central Powers, which included Germany, the Ottoman Empire, and Bulgaria. Initially, the Central Powers appeared poised to win, but by 1917, the entry of the United States into the war tipped the balance in favor of the Allied powers. This shift, combined with mounting losses on the battlefield, placed enormous pressure on Austria-Hungary. The Italian front proved to be another disaster for the empire. The Italian forces, with the support of the Allies, made significant gains at the Battle of Vittorio Veneto in 1918, forcing the Austro-Hungarian military to retreat. This defeat led to the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian presence in northern Italy and further exposed the fragility of the empire. Meanwhile, the Russian Revolution of 1917 had removed Russia from the war, but this was of little benefit to Austria-Hungary, as it created a power vacuum in the east. The sudden rise of Bolshevik forces in the former Russian territories left many of Austria-Hungary's border regions vulnerable to external threats. With its army stretched thin and its resources exhausted, the empire could no longer defend itself from the growing number of nationalist movements within its borders. The abdication of Emperor Karl I. By the end of 1918, the writing was on the wall for the Habsburg Empire. The monarchy's failure to secure victory in the war, coupled with growing unrest and the collapse of its military, left Emperor Karl I, Charles I of Austria, in an untenable position. Karl I had ascended to the throne in 1916, following the death of his granduncle, Emperor Franz Joseph I, but his reign was marked by an increasingly desperate attempt to save the empire. In 1917, Karl I sought peace negotiations with the Allies, but his efforts were unsuccessful and were viewed as too little, too late. As the war came to a close, the Austro-Hungarian Empire unraveled. With the Allies pressing for an end to the war, nationalist movements within the empire's diverse ethnic groups pushed for independence. In November 1918, facing mounting political pressure and with no support from the military or nobility, Karl I was forced to abdicate, bringing an end to over 600 years of Habsburg rule. Karl I's abdication marked the end of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy and the dissolution of the empire. On November 12, 1918, the Provisional National Assembly of German Austria declared the establishment of the First Austrian Republic, signaling the official end of the Habsburg Empire. The end of an empire, the Treaty of Saint-Germain. The Treaty of Saint-Germain, 1919, officially recognized the disintegration of the Habsburg Empire and established new borders for Austria and its neighbors. The treaty confirmed Austria's separation from Hungary and imposed harsh conditions on the newly formed First Austrian Republic. Austria was stripped of much of its territory, including lands that had once been part of the empire, such as South Tyrol and parts of Galicia, which were ceded to Italy and Poland. The end of the Habsburg Empire, formalized by the treaty, meant that the various ethnic groups under imperial rule were now free to form their own nation-states. The Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Yugoslavia emerged from the remains of the empire, each striving to create its own national identity. These new borders were often arbitrary, and the tensions that had simmered during the last years of the empire continued to shape the politics of the region in the 20th century. The Habsburg Empire, once one of the largest and most powerful in Europe, was gone, but its impact on the history and development of Central and Eastern Europe would persist for decades. From its complex legacy in the Balkans to the cultural achievements in Vienna, the Habsburgs left an indelible mark on European history. Following the fall of the Habsburg Empire, Austria and Hungary both faced significant challenges as they navigated their newfound status as separate, independent nation-states. The collapse of the empire left behind political instability, economic turmoil, and a complex legacy of ethnic tensions that would define both countries throughout the interwar period. In this scene, we explore how Austria and Hungary responded to the collapse of the Habsburg Empire, the political movements that emerged, and the social and economic challenges they faced as they sought to establish new identities in the post-imperial world. Austria, a republic in crisis. The formation of the First Austrian Republic in 1918 was initially seen as a victory for the forces advocating for democracy and self-determination. However, the challenges that Austria faced in the wake of the Habsburg monarchy's fall were immense. The country was deeply divided, politically unstable, and economically devastated after years of war, economic hardships, and hyperinflation. One of the immediate challenges faced by Austria in the early years of the Republic was its dire economic situation. World War I had left the country impoverished, with massive debts and a shattered industrial base. The transition from an empire that controlled vast territories and trade routes to a small, landlocked republic created significant difficulties. The loss of key territories, such as Bohemia, now part of Czechoslovakia, Galicia, to Poland, and South Tyrol, to Italy, severely hampered Austria's industrial production and its ability to sustain itself economically. As a result, Austria experienced hyperinflation during the early 1920s. The government printed large amounts of currency to cover war debts and the costs of reconstruction, but this led to a collapse in the value of the Austrian crown. Inflation soared, causing widespread poverty and hardship for ordinary Austrians. The economic instability exacerbated social unrest, and many people began to lose faith in the democratic government, which seemed powerless to address the country's deepening problems. Political extremism and the rise of authoritarianism. In the face of economic crisis and social unrest, Austria saw the rise of both communist and right-wing authoritarian movements during the interwar period. The two major political factions, socialists and conservatives, were bitterly divided, and their infighting paralyzed the government. The Austrian Social Democratic Workers' Party, SDP, which represented the working class, sought to implement socialist reforms, while the Christian Social Party, which represented the conservative and Catholic elements of society, sought to maintain traditional values and power structures. In 1934, after a period of violent clashes between socialists and conservatives, the Austrian Civil War culminated in the establishment of a one-party authoritarian state under the leadership of Engelbert Dollfuss. Dollfuss, the Chancellor of Austria, dissolved the democratic government and banned political parties, including the Socialist Workers' Party. He instituted a corporatist regime, which sought to create a third way between capitalism and socialism, but in reality, it was an increasingly authoritarian regime that was unable to solve the country's economic woes. The political situation worsened after Dollfuss was assassinated in 1934 by Nazi sympathizers, who were eager to incorporate Austria into Nazi Germany. Dollfuss's successor, Kurt Schuschnigg, tried to maintain Austria's independence, but Austria was increasingly drawn into the orbit of Nazi Germany, which was growing stronger under Adolf Hitler. The Anschluss, Austria's incorporation into Nazi Germany. Despite efforts to resist Nazi influence, Austria ultimately fell to Nazi expansionism in 1938. In March 1938, Hitler, an Austrian-born German dictator, orchestrated the Anschluss, or the annexation of Austria into Nazi Germany. Schuschnigg resigned under pressure, and Austria was officially absorbed into the Third Reich. The Anschluss marked the end of the First Austrian Republic and the beginning of a new era of Nazi rule in Austria, which would have lasting consequences for the country's people and its relationship with Germany. Hungary, the struggle for national identity. Hungary, unlike Austria, did not immediately embrace the democratic reforms that followed the collapse of the Habsburg Empire. Instead, Hungary experienced a tumultuous period marked by political upheaval, the rise of radical ideologies, and attempts to recover lost territory. The Hungarian Soviet Republic. After the end of World War I, Hungary briefly became a Soviet republic in 1919. This period, known as the Hungarian Soviet Republic, was short-lived but radical. Led by Béla Kun, the communist government sought to establish a socialist state in Hungary, inspired by the Russian Revolution of 1917. However, the Soviet experiment was quickly crushed by a coalition of forces, including Romanian troops, who intervened militarily. After Kun's fall, Hungary was left in a state of political chaos. The collapse of the Soviet Republic led to the establishment of a conservative nationalist government under Miklós Horthy, who would serve as regent of Hungary for the next 2 decades. Horthy's regime was deeply authoritarian, and Hungary moved toward fascist-style rule as nationalist sentiment grew. The Treaty of Trianon and its impact. The Treaty of Trianon, signed in 1920, had a profound impact on Hungary's national identity. The treaty, which was one of the peace agreements that followed World War I, dramatically reduced Hungary's territory and population. Hungary lost nearly 2/3 of its land and more than 1/3 of its population, including large ethnic groups such as Romanians, Slovaks, and Croats. These territorial losses were deeply resented by the Hungarian population, and many saw the treaty as a humiliating blow to Hungary's prestige and sovereignty. The loss of Transylvania to Romania, Vojvodina to Serbia, and Slovakia to Czechoslovakia led to the rise of irredentism in Hungary. Hungarian nationalists called for the return of lost territories, and this sentiment would play a major role in the political landscape of Hungary throughout the interwar period. Horthy's regime sought to restore Hungary's pre-war power and territory, but its efforts were largely unsuccessful. Hungary's alignment with Nazi Germany. In the 1930s, Hungary turned increasingly toward Nazi Germany, seeking to reverse the humiliation of the Treaty of Trianon and recover lost territories. Adolf Hitler's growing influence in Europe provided Hungary with a potential ally in its quest for territorial revisionism. Hungary became a fascist ally of Nazi Germany, and the country's politics were increasingly shaped by pro-German sentiment. In 1940, Hungary joined the Axis powers, and by the end of World War II, it had participated in the invasion of Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union. The rise of Nazi ideology in Hungary, however, would ultimately have disastrous consequences for the Hungarian people. The Hungarian Holocaust saw the deportation and extermination of hundreds of thousands of Hungarian Jews, and the political fallout from the alliance with Nazi Germany would contribute to Hungary's devastation in the post-war period. Legacy and conclusion. The interwar period in both Austria and Hungary was marked by significant social, political, and economic upheaval. While Austria struggled with the challenges of establishing a democratic republic, Hungary faced the difficulties of reconciling its loss of territory and its growing alliance with Nazi Germany. Both countries would be forever changed by the legacies of the Habsburg Empire, and their paths through the 20th century would be shaped by the complex historical, ethnic, and political legacies left by the empire. In Austria, The collapse of the monarchy led to the establishment of a republican government, but the rise of fascism and eventual annexation by Nazi Germany shattered the hopes of many who had sought a stable, democratic future. In Hungary, the loss of its empire and the failure of democratic governance gave rise to authoritarianism, nationalism, and an embrace of Nazi ideology, which would have profound consequences for the country in the coming decades. The legacy of the Habsburg Empire, though gone, continues to resonate in the hearts and minds of the people of Austria and Hungary, as the political, cultural, and social upheavals of the interwar period continue to shape their identities today. The events of World War II marked the ultimate test for Austria and Hungary as they navigated the pressures of Nazi occupation and their eventual post-war fates in the Soviet sphere. After the destruction wrought by the First World War and the rise of totalitarian regimes across Europe, both countries found themselves caught between competing superpowers. For Austria and Hungary, World War II brought devastation, the loss of sovereignty, and long-lasting consequences that would shape their histories for decades to come. This scene will explore Austria and Hungary's experiences during and after the war, the impact of Nazi occupation, the fall of the Axis powers, and the shift to Soviet influence in the post-war period. Austria, the Anschluss and Nazi occupation. In 1938, just prior to the outbreak of World War II, Austria was forcibly annexed by Nazi Germany in a process known as the Anschluss. This marked the end of the First Austrian Republic and the absorption of Austria into the Third Reich. For many Austrians, the annexation was a moment of great turmoil and conflict, as they faced the reality of losing their sovereignty and being integrated into Nazi Germany's aggressive expansionism. The Anschluss and the early days of Nazi rule. The Anschluss was greeted with a mixture of enthusiasm and apprehension. On one hand, some Austrians welcomed the opportunity to rejoin Germany, particularly in the context of the economic and political instability that Austria had experienced during the interwar years. Many Austrians, especially those from the far-right and nationalist groups, saw Nazi Germany as a way to reclaim lost power and prestige. The initial period of Nazi rule in Austria saw a brutal crackdown on political dissidents, Jews, and other minority groups. Austria's incorporation into the Third Reich was marked by mass arrests, forced deportations, and widespread repression. However, the Nazi regime soon began to implement its expansionist policies across Europe, which dragged Austria into the devastating conflict of World War II. By 1941, Austria was fully integrated into the Nazi war machine, and Austrian soldiers were sent to the front lines, fighting alongside the Germans on the eastern and western fronts. The moral and political costs of the Anschluss would only become fully apparent as the war progressed. Austria's role in the Holocaust. During the Nazi occupation, Austria became a key component of the machinery of the Holocaust, the systematic genocide of European Jews. Vienna, as the capital of the annexed Austria, became a center of Nazi administration, and many Austrians were complicit in the atrocities committed against Jewish people. Thousands of Austrian Jews were deported to concentration camps, where they were murdered or forced into slave labor. Some Austrians actively supported the Nazi regime, joining the SS, the Gestapo, and other paramilitary organizations. Others, however, resisted the occupation in various ways, though this resistance was often fragmented and crushed by the Nazi authorities. Austria's role in the Holocaust remains one of the darkest chapters in the country's modern history. The fall of Nazi Germany and the end of occupation. By 1945, the war had turned decisively in favor of the Allies. Nazi Germany began to lose territory on all fronts, and the Allies launched an invasion of German-occupied Austria. Soviet forces entered Austria from the east, while the Western Allies, primarily the United States and the United Kingdom, advanced from the west. In April 1945, as the Third Reich collapsed, Adolf Hitler committed suicide in his Berlin bunker. The German surrender in May 1945 marked the end of Nazi rule over Austria. However, the country was left deeply divided, with political factions and allegiances shaped by the brutal years of occupation. Post-war Austria, Soviet occupation and the path to neutrality. After the war, Austria was divided into 4 occupation zones, each controlled by one of the victorious powers: the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and the Soviet Union. Vienna, the capital, was similarly divided into 4 sectors. However, while the western zones were relatively stable, the Soviet-controlled eastern zone began to see increasing influence from the Soviet Union, which sought to establish a communist-friendly government in Austria. In 1955, after a decade of political instability, Austria gained its independence through the Austrian State Treaty, which formally ended the occupation and restored Austria's sovereignty. However, as part of the agreement, Austria pledged neutrality and agreed not to align itself with any of the Cold War superpowers. This position of neutrality would define Austrian foreign policy for much of the 20th century. Hungary, from Axis allied to Soviet satellite. Hungary, under the leadership of Miklos Horthy, had aligned itself with Nazi Germany during World War II. Hungary sought to regain territories lost in the aftermath of World War I through its alliance with the Axis powers. However, the war's course led to disaster for Hungary and a dramatic shift in its political trajectory. Hungary joins the Axis powers. In the late 1930s and early 1940s, Hungary was motivated by irredentism, the desire to recover lost territories from the Treaty of Trianon. As a result, Hungary joined the Axis powers and participated in the invasion of Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union alongside Nazi Germany. Hungarian troops were involved in some of the most brutal fighting on the Eastern Front, particularly during the Siege of Stalingrad. Despite its alliance with Nazi Germany, Hungary began to experience internal divisions as the war progressed. The Hungarian government sought to distance itself from some of the more extreme Nazi policies, particularly the Holocaust. However, Nazi occupation of Hungary in 1944 resulted in the rapid deportation of Hungarian Jews, and over 400,000 were sent to concentration camps, where most were murdered. The German occupation and the fall of the Horthy regime. In March 1944, the Nazis occupied Hungary in a military coup, removing Miklos Horthy from power. Hitler, fearing that Hungary might seek to negotiate peace with the Allies, installed a puppet government led by Ferenc Szalasi, leader of the Arrow Cross Party, a far-right fascist organization. The Arrow Cross regime escalated the persecution of Jews and other minorities and continued Hungary's involvement in the war on the side of Nazi Germany. As the Allies advanced in 1944 and 1945, Hungary was caught between the Soviet and German forces. In 1945, Budapest was heavily bombed and fought over, with the Soviet Red Army eventually taking control of the city. By the end of the war, Hungary was in ruins, and much of its population had suffered from the horrors of war, including mass deportations, forced labor, and widespread destruction. Hungary under Soviet occupation and the establishment of a communist state. Following the end of the war, Hungary fell under Soviet influence, like much of Eastern Europe. The Soviets quickly set about establishing a communist regime in Hungary, and the country was transformed into a satellite state of the Soviet Union. In 1949, Hungary officially became a People's Republic, with a communist government installed under the leadership of Matyas Rákosi, who was closely aligned with Moscow. Hungary's shift to a communist state led to the suppression of political opposition, the nationalization of industry, and the forced collectivization of agriculture. The political landscape of Hungary was reshaped by Stalinist policies, and the population endured the harsh realities of Soviet control, including purges, political repression, and censorship. However, Hungary's relationship with the Soviet Union was not entirely smooth. In 1956, the Hungarian Revolution erupted as a response to growing dissatisfaction with the Soviet-imposed government and policies. The revolution was crushed by Soviet forces, but it marked a significant moment in Hungarian history, highlighting the country's struggles for independence and its tensions with Soviet domination. Conclusion: the Cold War and beyond. By the end of World War II, both Austria and Hungary had experienced profound transformations. Austria emerged from the war as a neutral country, but one still grappling with the consequences of Nazi occupation. Hungary, on the other hand, was absorbed into the Soviet sphere, where it would remain for several decades. The post-war period set the stage for the Cold War, a time when Europe was divided between the capitalist West and the communist East. Austria, with its policy of neutrality, managed to avoid the harsh realities of Soviet rule, while Hungary's communist regime was tightly controlled by Moscow. Both countries would eventually find their own paths to greater independence, but the scars of war and occupation would remain in their histories for generations to come. As the Cold War deepened in the second half of the 20th century, Austria and Hungary faced distinct yet similarly turbulent transitions. The aftershocks of their participation in the world wars and subsequent periods of occupation left deep imprints on their national identities, political landscapes, and international relations. The aftermath of Soviet influence in Hungary and Austria's attempts to maintain a neutral stance in an increasingly divided world would mark new phases in their political, social, and economic trajectories. This scene will explore the changing dynamics in post-war Austria and Hungary as they navigated the turbulent waters of the Cold War, the rise of new forms of nationalism, and the eventual collapse of the Soviet Union. Austria, neutrality and recovery in the Cold War era. In the years immediately following World War II, Austria found itself at a crossroads. Having been part of Nazi Germany and heavily impacted by the war, Austria's path to recovery was long and fraught with challenges. The country, under the terms of the Austrian State Treaty of 1955, formally regained its independence but also agreed to a policy of permanent neutrality in foreign affairs, which would become a cornerstone of Austrian foreign policy for the rest of the 20th century. The Austrian State Treaty and the Cold War divide. The Austrian State Treaty not only restored Austria's sovereignty but also solidified its neutrality. This was a crucial moment for the country as it navigated a delicate balancing act between East and West. Austria was situated in the heart of Europe, right on the dividing line between the capitalist Western powers and the communist Eastern Bloc. While Austria's policy of neutrality was officially recognized, the country's position was complicated by the broader context of the Cold War. Despite this neutrality, Austria maintained economic and diplomatic relations with both sides, seeking to remain on good terms with both the United States and the Soviet Union. The Soviets, having retained a significant presence in eastern Austria, were wary of Austria's neutral status, fearing it could become a foothold for Western influence in Eastern Europe. At the same time, Western powers, including the United States, saw Austria as a crucial buffer between the East and West. Throughout the Cold War, Austria thus played a strategic, albeit neutral, role in European geopolitics, hosting several important international summits and serving as a venue for the United Nations and other diplomatic engagements. Economic growth and the role of the social market economy. As Austria struggled to rebuild after the war, the nation adopted policies that encouraged economic recovery. One of the major contributors to this recovery was the establishment of a social market economy, which sought to combine the benefits of capitalism with social welfare policies that ensured protection for workers and social services. By the 1950s, Austria began to experience rapid economic growth, fueled by reconstruction efforts and the rise of heavy industry, especially in the manufacturing and export sectors. As a result, the standard of living in Austria improved significantly, and the country became known for its high quality of life, skilled workforce, and political stability. Austrian cities such as Vienna transformed into bustling centers of commerce, culture, and diplomacy. Tourism also began to flourish, as Austria's historical cities, cultural landmarks, and stunning alpine landscapes attracted visitors from around the world. Austria's economic prosperity, however, was underpinned by its diplomatic neutrality, which allowed it to engage with both the Western and Eastern blocs without becoming embroiled in their ideological struggles. Austria and the European Community. By the late 20th century, Austria had successfully established itself as an important player in European affairs. In 1995, Austria took the historic step of joining the European Union, signaling a shift toward greater integration with the West. While Austria's membership in the EU marked an important milestone, the country's neutrality remained intact. This allowed Austria to navigate the complexities of European politics, including the issue of Eastern Europe's integration into Western institutions following the collapse of the Soviet Union. Austria's decision to join the EU was partly driven by the desire for economic opportunities, but it was also a reflection of the changing global landscape. The end of the Cold War had shifted the balance of power in Europe, and Austria's place within the broader European framework became a central aspect of its foreign policy. Hungary, Soviet influence, and the struggle for independence. Hungary's post-war trajectory, in contrast to Austria's, was heavily shaped by its alignment with the Soviet Union. Following the Hungarian Revolution of 1956, Hungary fell firmly under Soviet control, becoming a part of the Eastern Bloc and a satellite state of the Soviet Union. The repression of the revolution left a lasting legacy of disillusionment, and over the decades that followed, Hungarian society became increasingly restless under the weight of communist rule. The imposition of Soviet rule and the rise of Hungarian nationalism. After the crushing of the 1956 revolution, Hungary's communist regime solidified its hold on power. The Soviet-backed government, under János Kadar, implemented harsh measures to suppress opposition, nationalize industries, and enforce the principles of Marxist-Leninist ideology. However, in contrast to other Soviet satellite states, Hungary experienced a degree of economic liberalization in the 1960s and 1970s. Kadar pursued a policy of goulash communism, which allowed for some degree of private enterprise and social welfare while maintaining strict political control. Despite the relatively more open economic policies, Hungary remained tightly under Soviet control. The Hungarian People's Republic was part of the larger Warsaw Pact, the military alliance of communist states aligned with the Soviet Union, and any attempts at liberalization were quickly suppressed by Soviet military intervention if deemed necessary. During the 1970s and 1980s, however, a growing sense of nationalism began to simmer beneath the surface. Many Hungarians, particularly the younger generation, were dissatisfied with the economic stagnation, corruption, and lack of political freedoms. The 1980s, a changing political climate. In the 1980s, as the Soviet Union faced economic stagnation and political unrest, Hungary began to experience more significant shifts in its internal politics. The country was not immune to the wave of democratization that swept across Eastern Europe during the later stages of the Cold War. Hungary, unlike some of its neighbors, had a relatively mild transition toward greater political freedoms. By 1989, Hungary had become one of the first countries in Eastern Europe to open its borders to the west, allowing East Germans to flee into Austria and ultimately signaling the beginning of the end for the Soviet-imposed regimes across the region. As Hungary embraced reforms and liberalized its economy, the Soviet Union was undergoing perestroika and glasnost, reforms initiated by Mikhail Gorbachev that sought to restructure the Soviet system and allow for greater political openness. The Hungarian Communist Party, facing increasing pressure, agreed to hold free elections in 1990. This marked the beginning of the Third Hungarian Republic, as Hungary transitioned away from communist rule toward a more democratic and market-oriented system. Hungary in the post-Soviet era. In 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed, and Hungary became a fully independent nation. Hungary's new political system, however, faced significant challenges. Transitioning from a centralized, planned economy to a market-driven economy was difficult, as was building democratic institutions after decades of Soviet control. But Hungary's commitment to becoming part of Europe was clear. In 2004, Hungary joined the European Union, further cementing its place in the post-Soviet European order. While Hungary's post-Soviet transition was relatively peaceful compared to other nations in the region, it was not without its difficulties. The rise of populist movements and political instability in the 21st century has led to tensions within Hungary's political sphere, especially as the country grapples with its historical legacy of Soviet occupation. Conclusion: the diverging paths of Austria and Hungary. As we move toward the present day, the divergent paths of Austria and Hungary continue to reflect their distinct historical experiences. Austria, with its policy of neutrality and commitment to European integration, has thrived in the post-Cold War world, becoming an integral part of the European Union and maintaining a high standard of living. In contrast, Hungary, despite its peaceful transition from Soviet domination, has faced significant challenges as it grapples with its historical past and its place in a modern Europe that continues to evolve. Both nations, however, have made significant strides in rebuilding their societies after the devastation of the wars and the pressures of foreign domination. They have each managed to forge new national identities while confronting the legacies of the 20th century and the complex relationships with their former occupiers. As we look forward, the trajectory of both Austria and Hungary will continue to unfold within the broader context of European politics, economics, and culture. Despite their distinct histories and experiences, they remain key players in the European story, each contributing in unique ways to the ongoing narrative of post-war Europe. The modern era, stretching from the late 20th century into the early 21st century, has witnessed profound transformations in both Austria and Hungary. These two nations, despite their shared Central European geography and historical ties, have followed distinct paths, shaped by their unique political and social contexts. This scene will delve into how Austria and Hungary have navigated the challenges of modernization, economic transformation, and their roles within the broader European and global landscape. It will also explore the rise of populism, the reassertion of national identity, and the complex relationship both countries maintain with the European Union. Austria, a stable and prosperous nation in the heart of Europe. In the post-Cold War era, Austria solidified its position as one of the most stable and prosperous countries in Europe. The country's commitment to neutrality, which had been established after World War II, has allowed it to avoid the conflicts that have occasionally disrupted other nations in the region. Austria has continued to maintain a social market economy, which blends free market principles with a robust welfare state designed to provide social security and public services to its citizens. This system has contributed to Austria's high standard of living, and the country has consistently ranked among the wealthiest in the world. Economic success and challenges in a globalized world. Austria's economic success can be attributed to several factors, including its export-driven economy, which benefits from a highly skilled workforce, advanced manufacturing industries, and well-developed infrastructure. Austrian companies are leaders in sectors such as machinery, automobiles, chemicals, and pharmaceuticals. Despite these successes, Austria, like many European nations, has faced challenges in the globalized economy. The 2008 financial crisis, for instance, had a ripple effect on Austria's economy, leading to a rise in unemployment and economic inequality in some sectors. However, the country's robust financial sector and prudent fiscal policies allowed it to recover more swiftly than many of its neighbors. Austria's role in the European Union. As a member of the European Union since 1995, Austria has embraced the advantages of belonging to a larger political and economic bloc. It has been an active participant in shaping EU policy, especially regarding economic issues, environmental regulations, and migration policy. Austria's membership in the EU has also facilitated its integration into the global economy, with the free movement of goods, services, and people significantly benefiting the country's trade relations. However, Austria's position within the EU has occasionally been a source of tension, particularly regarding issues of migration and sovereignty. The 2015 refugee crisis saw significant debates about how to handle the influx of migrants into Europe, and Austria, like many other EU countries, was divided on how best to address these challenges. In the years that followed, Austria began to take a more restrictive approach to immigration, with the government focusing on border controls and the integration of migrants into Austrian society. Political landscape, a shift towards populism. Despite Austria's economic success, its political landscape has undergone significant changes in the 21st century. The country's once dominant Socialist Party, SB, and Austrian People's Party, VP, have faced growing challenges from right-wing populist movements, particularly the Freedom Party of Austria, FP. This shift mirrors trends in many European countries, where populist parties have gained ground in response to rising concerns over globalization, immigration, and the perceived loss of national identity. The rise of the FP, which has capitalized on anti-immigrant sentiments and opposition to the EU, has had a notable impact on Austrian politics. In 2017, the FP entered a coalition government with the VP, leading to a period of political upheaval. This populist shift, however, has not led to a complete rejection of Austria's European orientation. The country has remained committed to its place within the EU, while also advocating for greater national sovereignty in certain areas. The FP's influence, despite its decline in the later 2010s, illustrates the ongoing tensions between European integration and national identity that are central to the political discourse in Austria. Environmental leadership and sustainability initiatives. One of the key areas where Austria has set itself apart in the modern era is its leadership in environmental sustainability. The country has long prioritized green energy and environmental policies, aiming to reduce its carbon emissions and promote renewable energy sources. Austria's natural environment, with its mountains, lakes, and forests, has played a significant role in shaping its national identity and the public's commitment to conservation. In recent years, Austria has made substantial investments in renewable energy technologies, including wind and solar power, and has become a global leader in environmental conservation. The government has implemented stringent regulations aimed at reducing waste and promoting sustainable agricultural practices, while Austrian cities like Vienna have earned recognition for their green urban planning and commitment to reducing pollution. Hungary, a nation in transition and the rise of nationalism. In contrast to Austria's relatively smooth post-Cold War trajectory, Hungary's path to modernity has been more contentious, marked by political instability and a resurgent sense of nationalism. After transitioning from Soviet-style communism to a democratic republic in 1989, Hungary has faced significant challenges in consolidating its democracy and aligning itself with the broader European project. Economic transformation and the legacy of communism. Hungary's transition from a planned economy to a market economy in the early 1990s was accompanied by significant hardships. The state-controlled industries were privatized, and the country faced high unemployment rates and inflation as it shifted toward a more competitive, capitalist system. Despite these growing pains, Hungary gradually became one of the most successful economies in Central and Eastern Europe, benefiting from its integration into the European Union in 2004. Hungary's economic success has been driven by foreign investment, particularly in the automotive and electronics sectors. Hungarian labor costs are relatively low compared to Western Europe, making the country an attractive location for multinational corporations seeking to establish factories and production plants in Central Europe. The rise of the service economy and Hungary's development as a tourism destination have also contributed to its growth. However, the country's reliance on foreign investment and the challenges of political and economic reform continue to pose significant obstacles. Political instability and the rise of Viktor Orbán's nationalism. Hungary's political landscape, in contrast to Austria's relative stability, has been marked by sharp divisions and polarization. The rise of Viktor Orbán and his Fidesz party has been a defining feature of Hungarian politics in the 21st century. Orbán, who first became prime minister in 1998 and then again in 2010, has built a powerful political machine that has emphasized the defense of Hungarian sovereignty, nationalism, and traditional values. Orbán's government has pursued a deeply nationalist agenda, particularly in opposition to EU migration policies. Hungary's stance during the 2015 refugee crisis was firm. It refused to accept EU quotas for migrants and erected a border fence to prevent refugees from entering the country. Orbán's government has also been criticized for its authoritarian tendencies, with accusations of undermining democratic institutions, curtailing press freedoms, and restricting civil society organizations. While Orbán's populist policies have garnered support among many Hungarians, particularly those who feel alienated by globalization and the EU's influence, his government has also faced increasing scrutiny from both the EU and international human rights organizations. Orbán's rhetoric often invokes a vision of a Christian Hungary, emphasizing national identity and cultural conservatism over European unity and liberal values. Hungary's role in the European Union and future challenges. Hungary's relationship with the EU has been a source of friction in recent years. While Hungary benefits from EU membership, particularly through access to the single market and various EU funding mechanisms. Orbán's increasingly Eurosceptic stance has created tension with EU institutions. The country has faced criticism over issues such as the rule of law, democratic backsliding, and Hungary's refusal to comply with EU migration policies. Despite these tensions, Hungary remains a member of the European Union, and Orbán's government has been careful to maintain a balancing act between pursuing a nationalistic agenda and reaping the benefits of EU membership. As Hungary moves forward into the future, the challenge will be finding a way to reconcile its growing nationalist sentiment with the demands of its European neighbors, while addressing internal issues such as corruption, economic inequality, and political polarization. Conclusion: a shared past, diverging futures. The contrasting paths of Austria and Hungary in the modern era highlight the complex interplay between national identity, economic development, and political systems. Austria has embraced European integration and maintained a stable, prosperous society, while Hungary has sought to reclaim its national sovereignty and assert its identity on its own terms. Both countries, however, continue to grapple with the legacies of their imperial pasts, their roles within the broader European framework, and the challenges of globalization in the 21st century. As Austria and Hungary continue to navigate the complexities of modern Europe, their fates will be shaped by their ability to balance national pride with the demands of a globalized world. The story of their transformation is not just the story of two countries, but of a Central European region undergoing significant changes as it moves away from the shadows of the past toward the uncertainties of the future. The legacy of the Habsburg Empire, once a sprawling European superpower that dominated much of Central and Eastern Europe, still reverberates through the region today. Although the empire officially dissolved in 1918, the cultural, political, and social influence of the Habsburgs can be seen in the modern identities of several nations that were once under its rule, including Austria, Hungary, Czechia, Slovakia, and parts of the Balkans. This scene will explore how the legacy of the Habsburgs continues to shape the modern political landscape, cultural identities, and the integration of Central Europe into the broader European framework. Austria, the Habsburg legacy in the modern state. Austria's relationship with its imperial past is complex. As the heart of the former Habsburg Empire, Austria experienced both the cultural and political zenith of the empire and its eventual dissolution. The Austrians, particularly those in Vienna, have long considered themselves the inheritors of the Habsburg legacy, both in terms of culture and governance. This sense of heritage is still deeply ingrained in Austrian identity, even as the nation has embraced modernity and democracy. Cultural and artistic continuity. One of the most visible ways in which the Habsburg legacy endures in Austria is through the country's rich cultural heritage. The Habsburgs were passionate patrons of the arts, commissioning some of Europe's most magnificent architecture, art, and music. The Ringstrasse in Vienna, a grand boulevard lined with imperial buildings, serves as a testament to the grandeur of the Habsburgs. This cultural investment was not only a symbol of power but also a reflection of the empire's diverse and cosmopolitan nature, fostering a multicultural society where German, Czech, Hungarian, Polish, and other cultures mingled. The artistic traditions developed during this period, including the works of composers like Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart and Johann Strauss, still form an essential part of Austria's cultural identity today. Political and social systems. Austria's commitment to constitutional monarchy during the Habsburg era helped establish strong institutions that continued after the empire's fall. The principles of central governance, bureaucratic efficiency, and legal frameworks developed under the Habsburgs formed the backbone of the Austrian state in the 20th century. After the monarchy's collapse, Austria was shaped by democratic ideals, but the legacy of the imperial state remains. For instance, Austria's commitment to neutrality after World War II can be seen as an extension of the Habsburgs' pragmatic diplomatic policies, which often sought to balance the empire's diverse interests. Economic integration and modernization. The Habsburg Empire was, at its peak, a center of trade and industry in Europe, connecting the markets of the East and West. The empire's commitment to infrastructure, including a well-developed system of railways and canals, helped link the various regions of the empire and laid the groundwork for economic integration. After the dissolution of the Habsburgs, Austria continued to build upon these infrastructural developments, creating a modern economy that remains one of the most prosperous in Europe. The Habsburg era's legacy can still be seen in the highly developed Austrian banking system and the industrial strength of the country, which has become a key player in the European Union. Nationalism and identity. After the fall of the Habsburgs, many of the countries that once formed the empire, including Austria, underwent processes of national self-definition. In Austria, this led to the creation of a distinct Austrian national identity, separate from the broader German-speaking world. The loss of the empire, followed by the trauma of the two world wars, forced Austrians to reconcile their imperial past with their new reality as a small, neutral nation in the heart of Europe. The role of German-speaking Austria within the broader European context has evolved, as it navigates both its imperial legacy and its place within the modern European Union. Hungary, the Habsburg influence on nationalism and statehood. Hungary's experience with the Habsburg Empire is more fraught than Austria's, due to its historical struggles for independence and the dual monarchy system that developed in the 19th century. Nevertheless, the Habsburgs left an indelible mark on Hungary, both in terms of its national identity and political structures. The Austro-Hungarian Compromise, 1867. The relationship between the Habsburgs and Hungary reached its defining moment with the Austro-Hungarian Compromise of 1867, which established the dual monarchy. This compromise allowed Hungary greater autonomy within the empire and marked the high point of Hungarian-Habsburg cooperation. It was a delicate balance of power, with the Habsburg monarchs maintaining control over foreign policy, the military, and finance, while Hungary gained control over its internal affairs. The creation of the Kingdom of Hungary as a separate political entity within the empire fueled a growing sense of Hungarian nationalism, which would later play a crucial role in the collapse of the Habsburg Empire. National identity and resistance to the Habsburgs. Despite the compromises made, there was still significant resistance in Hungary to Habsburg rule, especially among the Hungarian aristocracy and the peasantry. The 1848 revolution, part of a broader wave of European uprisings, was an attempt to free Hungary from Habsburg control and establish a fully independent Hungarian state. While the revolution was ultimately crushed, the desire for greater autonomy persisted, and the Austro-Hungarian Compromise was a direct result of these tensions. The complicated relationship between Hungary and the Habsburgs set the stage for a growing sense of Hungarian nationalism in the 19th and early 20th centuries. The aftermath of the Habsburgs and the Treaty of Trianon. Hungary's history with the Habsburgs ended abruptly with the empire's collapse in 1918. The aftermath of World War I and the subsequent signing of the Treaty of Trianon in 1920 resulted in significant territorial losses for Hungary, which felt as if it were punished for its association with the Habsburgs. The loss of territories and populations in the Treaty of Trianon became a deeply ingrained part of Hungary's national consciousness, leading to a deep sense of irredentism that persisted for decades. The Habsburgs were no longer rulers, but their legacy was still evident in the geopolitical struggles that Hungary would face in the interwar period. The Czech lands, Habsburg influence on language, politics, and society. The Czech lands, which include modern-day Czechia, Czech Republic, were part of the Habsburg Empire for centuries. The legacy of the Habsburgs in the Czech lands is characterized by both cooperation and conflict, as Czechs wrestled with their dual identity as both subjects of the empire and as a Slavic people seeking greater autonomy. Cultural and linguistic tensions. The Habsburg Empire was a multi-ethnic and multilingual state, and this was particularly evident in the Czech lands. While the Czech language and culture were preserved, the German language was dominant in the imperial administration, education, and commerce. This led to tensions between the German-speaking aristocracy and the Czech-speaking populace, which sought to assert their own identity and rights within the empire. The Czech national revival of the 19th century, which sought to promote Czech language, literature, and culture, was a direct challenge to the Habsburgs' emphasis on Germanization. Political struggles and the formation of Czechoslovakia. After World War I, the collapse of the Habsburg Empire allowed Czechs to establish the Czechoslovak Republic in 1918, a new independent state that merged Czechs and Slovaks under one government. The Habsburg influence lingered in the political institutions of the new republic, as Czechoslovakia adopted a system that drew heavily from the imperial model, with a strong central government and an emphasis on maintaining unity among its various ethnic groups. The legacy in the Balkans and beyond. The Habsburgs ruled large parts of the Balkans, and their influence remains visible in the architecture, legal systems, and cultural practices in countries such as Serbia, Croatia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. The political legacy of the Habsburgs, marked by their often pragmatic approach to governance, left an imprint on how these nations navigated post-imperial realities. Their efforts at centralized governance, religious tolerance, and legal standardization were precursors to modern-day European political structures. Conclusion: the Habsburg Empire's enduring influence. The dissolution of the Habsburg Empire did not mark the end of its influence. In the centuries following its collapse, the empire's legacy has continued to shape the political, cultural, and social development of Central and Eastern Europe. While Austria, Hungary, the Czech Republic, and other former territories have pursued their own national identities, the echoes of the Habsburg era continue to resonate in the region today. The complexities of the Habsburg legacy, the intertwining of nationalism and imperialism, autonomy and central control, culture and politics, remain a defining feature of Central Europe in the modern era. The story of the Habsburg Empire's decline is inexorably tied to the First World War, which became the final blow to a centuries-old dynasty that had once been the cornerstone of European power. The empire's fragile structure, marked by a patchwork of diverse peoples, languages, and cultures, became increasingly difficult to maintain in the face of modern political movements and the ravages of war. In this scene, we explore how the events of World War I accelerated the empire's demise, how internal tensions played a role in its collapse, and the legacy that lingered long after its fall. The Habsburg Empire before World War I, a fragile piece. At the dawn of the 20th century, the Austro-Hungarian Empire was already a shadow of its former self. The empire had faced numerous challenges over the years: nationalist uprisings, the growing independence movements within its constituent nations, and the complicated nature of the dual monarchy that had been created by the Austro-Hungarian Compromise of 1867. This compromise had granted Hungary a degree of autonomy, but it also created a sense of division between the Austrian and Hungarian halves of the empire. The political structure was deeply unwieldy, with much of the empire's diversity: Germans, Czechs, Slovaks, Poles, Romanians, and Serbs, seeking greater autonomy or independence. By the time World War I broke out in 1914, the empire was already struggling to maintain its unity. The growing nationalist movements, including those in Slovakia, Croatia, and Serbia, were becoming increasingly vocal. These demands were met with resistance by the imperial authorities in Vienna and Budapest, who sought to preserve the unity of the empire at all costs. This tension created an unstable foundation, and the empire's inability to adapt to the changing political landscape would be its undoing. The empire's strategic position in the heart of Europe made it a key player in the conflict, but also a vulnerable one. The military alliances, the shifting power dynamics, and the complicated relationships between the empire and its neighbors all contributed to the empire's involvement in the war. The Habsburgs, led by Emperor Franz Joseph and later his grandnephew Emperor Charles I, would find themselves embroiled in a conflict that would prove to be their undoing. World War I, the catalyst for collapse. When World War I erupted, the Habsburg Empire found itself on the side of the Central Powers, aligned with Germany, Ottoman Turkey, and Bulgaria against the Allied powers, which included France, Britain, Russia, and later Italy and the United States. The war was devastating for the Habsburgs, as it exposed the empire's weaknesses and its inability to cope with modern warfare, both militarily and politically. The empire's vast territorial holdings and ethnic diversity made it an incredibly difficult entity to mobilize effectively for war. The Eastern and Italian fronts. The Habsburg Empire faced a two-front war, one against the Russian Empire to the east, and one against Italy in the south. The empire's troops were stretched thin, and the logistical challenges of coordinating forces across the vast, multi-ethnic lands of the empire were daunting. The Russian front proved particularly difficult, as the Habsburgs' armies were constantly battered by Russian offensives, and the empire's Eastern European provinces, including Galicia, were continually threatened. Meanwhile, on the Italian front, the empire's forces were engaged in a series of grueling and largely unsuccessful battles against Italian troops, culminating in the disastrous Battle of Caporetto in 1917. Internal dissent and nationalist movements. While the Habsburgs were battling external enemies, they were also fighting a growing internal crisis. The empire's diverse ethnic groups, many of whom had been simmering with nationalist desires for independence for decades, now found themselves faced with the horrors of war and the erosion of their status within the empire. Slavic nationalism, in particular, gained momentum. The Czech, Slovak, and Serb peoples, who had long sought greater autonomy, saw the war as an opportunity to break free from Austrian and Hungarian domination. The Serbian population, especially, became increasingly emboldened by the support of the Russian Empire, and the call for Slavic unity gained traction. The Austrian Germans and Hungarians, while more loyal to the monarchy, grew disillusioned with the war as the casualty lists mounted and the empire struggled to maintain control over its territories. The political instability within the imperial government itself was becoming more apparent. The Austrian government, led by Emperor Franz Joseph, was aging and increasingly out of touch with the needs of its people. The leadership vacuum was further exacerbated by the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the throne, in 1914. His death, though not the primary cause of the war, symbolized the fragility of the imperial system. Economic strain and social unrest. The war also placed tremendous strain on the economy of the empire. The Austro-Hungarian economy, which had been built upon agriculture and light industry, was unable to sustain the demands of modern industrial warfare. Rationing, inflation, and labor strikes became widespread, and discontent among the working classes and soldiers grew. In many ways, the war exacerbated the growing discontent among the empire's citizens, who saw little gain from their participation in the conflict. The Habsburg monarchy's failure to address these internal issues further undermined its credibility and stability. The social fabric of the empire began to unravel as different ethnic groups began to question their allegiance to a failing empire. Nationalism became a powerful force, and the promise of self-determination offered by the Allied powers was appealing to many who had long suffered under Habsburg rule. The collapse of the empire, the end of an era. As the war progressed into 1918, it became clear that the Central Powers were losing. The Habsburg Empire was on the verge of collapse, as it could no longer withstand the pressure of both military defeats and internal divisions. Austria-Hungary's defeat in the war, coupled with revolutionary movements sweeping across Europe, sealed the empire's fate. The final days of the monarchy. In the face of mounting defeats and growing dissent, Emperor Charles I attempted a series of reforms to stabilize the empire. He proposed federation and autonomy for the empire's different ethnic groups in a bid to create a more democratic and inclusive state. However, it was too little, too late. The monarchy's efforts to stave off collapse were unsuccessful, and the revolutionary movements in Austria, Hungary, and other parts of the empire ultimately led to the abdication of Emperor Charles in November 1918. The Declaration of the Republics. As the monarchy crumbled, various regions and ethnic groups within the empire declared their independence. Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and Poland all emerged as independent republics, and Hungary followed suit. The Austro-Hungarian Empire, which had once spanned much of Central and Eastern Europe, was dissolved in a matter of months. The Treaty of Saint-Germain and the Treaty of Trianon. The formal dissolution of the Habsburg Empire was marked by the signing of the Treaty of Saint-Germain in 1919. The treaty officially dismantled the Austro-Hungarian monarchy and redistributed its territories. Austria became a republic, while Hungary was drastically reduced in size. The Treaty of Trianon, signed in 1920, further cemented the end of Hungary as a major European power, leaving it with only a fraction of its former territory. The enduring legacy of the Habsburg Empire. The fall of the Habsburg Empire marked the end of a centuries-old dynasty that had played a key role in shaping European history. However, its legacy would continue to influence Central and Eastern Europe for years to come. The creation of new nation-states, the redrawing of borders, and the struggles of the former imperial subjects would shape the political and cultural landscape of Europe well into the 20th century. The Habsburg legacy, while no longer embodied in a ruling dynasty, continued to influence the course of European history through the nations that arose from its ashes. In the aftermath of the Habsburg Empire's collapse, Europe was left to contend with the profound changes that reverberated across the continent. The centuries-old imperial structure that had once defined Central and Eastern Europe was gone, and the vacuum left by its dissolution gave rise to a new geopolitical reality. The fall of the Habsburgs marked not only the end of an empire, but the end of an era of imperial dominance in Europe. What followed was a period of instability, as newly formed nations struggled to define their identities in the wake of imperialism's collapse. A changing Europe, the emergence of new states. When the Austro-Hungarian Empire disintegrated at the close of World War I, Europe witnessed the emergence of several new states, born from the territories once held by the Habsburgs. This was the beginning of the process that would reshape the political map of Central and Eastern Europe. Czechoslovakia and the dream of a new Slavic nation. One of the most significant outcomes of the empire's fall was the creation of Czechoslovakia in 1918. The formation of this new republic united the Czech and Slovak peoples, who had long harbored nationalist ambitions and grievances against the Habsburg monarchy. The Czech lands, including Bohemia and Moravia, had been part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire for centuries, while the Slovaks had been ruled from Hungary. The new republic, led by Tomáš G. Masaryk and Edvard Beneš, symbolized the hopes of a united Slavic nation free from imperial control. However, the integration of Czechs, Slovaks, Germans, and other minorities would prove to be challenging, as tensions over national identity and political autonomy simmered for years. The creation of Yugoslavia, a South Slavic federation. In the south, the dissolution of the Habsburg Empire led to the formation of Yugoslavia, a kingdom created by the unification of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. The new state was born out of the Kingdom of Serbia's desire to unite all South Slavic peoples, but it was a federation fraught with tensions. The monarchy, led by the Karađorđević dynasty, tried to keep the diverse ethnic groups together, but tensions between Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes would persist throughout the history of Yugoslavia. Nationalism, regionalism, and ethnic conflicts would eventually play a key role in the dissolution of Yugoslavia in the 1990s. Poland's resurrection. Poland, which had been partitioned and divided among the Russian, Prussian, and Austrian empires for over a century, regained its independence after the fall of the Habsburgs. With the dissolution of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Poland was able to establish itself as a republic once again in 1918. The Second Polish Republic sought to secure its place in the post-war order but faced significant challenges, including territorial disputes with neighboring countries and internal political instability. Poland's revival also came with the complex task of integrating the various ethnic groups within its borders, including Ukrainians, Jews, and Belarusians. Hungary and the loss of greatness. The fall of the Habsburg Empire was particularly painful for Hungary, which had been one of the two constituent parts of the dual monarchy. The Treaty of Trianon, 1920, severely reduced Hungary's territory, cutting it off from many of the regions it had once controlled. What had been a central power in Europe was now a much smaller, landlocked nation. The loss of Transylvania, Slovakia, Vojvodina, and Croatia left deep scars in the Hungarian psyche. Hungary's population was deeply disillusioned with the new post-war order, and this dissatisfaction would contribute to the rise of irredentist movements and the political turmoil that would characterize Hungary's interwar years. The fate of the Habsburgs, legacy and survival. While the Habsburg Empire itself was gone, its legacy endured in various forms. The surviving members of the Habsburg family, though no longer rulers, continued to play a role in European society and politics. The fate of Emperor Charles I. Emperor Charles I, or Karl I, the last Habsburg monarch, was exiled following the collapse of the empire. Though he had attempted to reform the empire in its final years, his efforts were in vain, and his abdication marked the definitive end of the monarchy. After his exile, he lived in Switzerland and later in Madeira, where he died in 1922 at the age of 34, reportedly from pneumonia. In the years following his death, Charles I was the subject of various royalist movements that sought to restore him to the throne, particularly in Hungary. In 2004, the Vatican beatified him, recognizing his efforts to promote peace during World War I, though his legacy remains controversial. The survival of Habsburg titles. The Habsburg family, despite being stripped of its royal titles and privileges, remained prominent in European aristocracy. Some members of the family, particularly Otto von Habsburg, the eldest son of the last emperor, became active in political life. Otto, who had been an advocate for European integration, served as a member of the European Parliament for many years, championing the cause of a united Europe. The Habsburg name continued to hold symbolic weight in the post-war period, even as the empire it had once ruled over disappeared into history. The legacy of the Habsburgs, a new European order. The end of the Habsburg Empire marked a pivotal moment in European history. It was the death of one of the oldest and most enduring dynasties in Europe, but it also heralded the end of an era of imperialism. The First World War not only destroyed the empire but also reshaped Europe's political and social landscape. The new states that emerged in the wake of the empire's collapse would face their own challenges in establishing national identity, political stability, and economic prosperity. Some, like Czechoslovakia and Poland, would struggle with their new borders and ethnic diversity, while others, like Yugoslavia, would see the rise of tensions that would erupt into violence in later decades. The legacies of nationalism, ethnic division, and the remnants of imperialism would continue to shape the 20th century. For the Habsburgs, the collapse of their empire marked the end of their direct political power but not their historical significance. The family's legacy would continue to loom large in the collective memory of the peoples of Central and Eastern Europe, shaping their understanding of identity, history, and the cost of empires. The Habsburgs' long reign over Europe had ended, but the stories of the lands they ruled, the people they governed, and the dynasty they created would endure long after the empire itself was gone. The collapse of the Habsburg Empire did not mean the end of its influence on the region it once dominated. The lands that were once part of the empire, Austria, Hungary, Czechia, Slovakia, Slovenia, parts of Italy, Poland, Croatia, Romania, Serbia, and Ukraine, were left to forge their own identities in a rapidly changing world. The Habsburg legacy would be woven into the fabric of their histories, both as a memory of imperial domination and as a source of pride or resentment. In this scene, we explore how the memory of the Habsburg Empire endured long after its fall, the rise of nationalist movements, and the impact of Habsburg history on the politics and cultures of modern-day Central and Eastern Europe. The legacy of imperialism, a complex relationship. The legacy of the Habsburg Empire is a complicated one. On one hand, the empire was associated with a long period of political stability and relative peace in Central Europe. The Pax Austriaca, a term used to describe the empire's dominance over the region, allowed for economic growth, cultural exchange, and the preservation of many ancient traditions. The Habsburgs were not just rulers, they were patrons of the arts, architecture, and scholarship, and their empire was home to some of Europe's most vibrant cities, including Vienna, Budapest, Prague, and Ljubljana. However, this legacy was not without its contradictions. The empire was often seen as an oppressive force by the Slavs, Hungarians, and Italians who lived under its rule. Nationalism, which had been simmering beneath the surface of the empire, began to rise in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as many of its diverse peoples sought greater autonomy or independence. The empire's inability to resolve these ethnic and national conflicts ultimately led to its downfall, and for many, the end of the Habsburg Dynasty symbolized a victory of self-determination over imperial oppression. In the years following the collapse of the empire, different countries that emerged from its ashes dealt with their imperial pasts in different ways. For some, particularly the Czech Republic and Austria, the Habsburg legacy became a source of pride, an essential part of their cultural and historical identity. For others, especially Hungary and the Balkans, the memory of imperialism was less celebratory and more fraught with resentment. The rise of nationalism and the discontents of the new order. Nationalism, already a potent force during the decline of the Habsburg Empire, became the defining political ideology in the post-Habsburg world. The dismantling of the empire, along with the creation of new nation-states in its wake, set the stage for intense nationalist movements throughout Central and Eastern Europe. Czech nationalism, a legacy of self-determination. For the Czechs, the fall of the Habsburg Empire was a moment of national triumph. After centuries of being under Habsburg rule, the Czechs were able to establish Czechoslovakia as an independent state in 1918. Czech nationalism grew from a long history of resistance against foreign domination, whether from the Habsburgs or the Prussian and Russian empires. The legacy of the empire was celebrated by many Czechs, especially in the form of the Czech land's rich cultural traditions, the contributions of the Czech language, and the historical significance of Prague as the heart of Slavic culture. Yet, despite their newfound independence, Czechoslovakia's history remained closely linked to the Habsburg era. The Republic inherited many of the Habsburgs' political and economic institutions, but the struggle for identity was ongoing. The Czechoslovak state, with its complex mix of Czechs, Slovaks, Germans, and other ethnicities, struggled to balance the needs of its diverse population. The Czech-Slovak divide would later become one of the key factors in the peaceful dissolution of Czechoslovakia into two separate states in 1993. Hungarian nationalism, a painful past and irredentism. For Hungary, the fall of the empire was a deeply traumatic event. The Treaty of Trianon had severely reduced Hungary's territorial holdings, and much of its former greatness was lost. The Hungarian nation's sense of identity and pride had been intricately tied to the empire for centuries, and the loss of territories such as Transylvania, Slovakia, and Vojvodina led to a period of national humiliation. The Habsburg Empire had been a central power in Europe, and the Hungarian elite saw themselves as the rightful heirs to its imperial legacy. In the interwar period, this sense of loss led to the rise of irredentism, a political movement that sought to reclaim lost territories. The Hungarian government, both under Admiral Horthy and later fascist influences, sought to regain the lands lost in the Treaty of Trianon, which would become one of the catalysts for Hungary's alliances with Nazi Germany and its involvement in World War II. The legacy of the Habsburgs in Hungary was one of both pride and sorrow, and the wounds of the empire's collapse were slow to heal. The Balkans, the shadow of empire and the birth of new nations. In the Balkans, the legacy of the Habsburg Empire was particularly complex. The regions that had once been part of the empire, Croatia, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Slovenia, were home to a complex mosaic of ethnic and religious groups. The legacy of Austrian rule was often seen through the lens of ethnic divisions and political fragmentation. While the empire had tried to maintain a semblance of order, it had often pitted different nationalities against each other, creating tensions that would come to a head during the Yugoslav Wars in the 1990s. In the aftermath of World War I, the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes was created, which later became Yugoslavia. While this new state was initially intended to unite South Slavs and provide them with a common identity, the divisions between the various ethnic and religious groups persisted. The legacy of the Habsburgs played a role in this division, as the empire had been a politically centralized entity, and the newly formed Yugoslavia struggled with the challenges of federalism and nationalism. These struggles would eventually lead to the dissolution of Yugoslavia, and the ethnic conflicts that emerged were partly a result of the legacy of the Habsburg Empire's inability to reconcile the complex identities within its borders. Modernity and the Habsburg influence on culture and identity. Despite the political and social upheaval, the Habsburg legacy remains a strong influence on the cultural and architectural landscapes of Central and Eastern Europe. Many cities once part of the empire, such as Vienna, Budapest, and Prague, continue to preserve their imperial heritage. The Habsburgs were great patrons of the arts, and their legacy lives on through the cultural institutions, palaces, and museums they left behind. Vienna, a cultural metropolis. In Austria, particularly in Vienna, the Habsburgs' cultural and architectural legacy remains a point of pride. Vienna, once the center of the empire, is home to grand imperial palaces, such as the Hofburg Palace and the Schönbrunn Palace, as well as cultural institutions like the Vienna State Opera, the Albertina Museum, and the Kunsthistorisches Museum. These institutions continue to shape Austria's cultural identity, and the Habsburgs' support for the arts helped make Vienna one of Europe's most important cultural capitals during their reign. Hungary, a royal heritage. In Hungary, the legacy of the Habsburgs is more ambivalent. While many Hungarians cherish the cultural and architectural achievements of the empire, the political fallout of its dissolution continues to influence the national consciousness. However, Hungary's connection to the Habsburgs is also reflected in its historical sites, such as the Buda Castle and the Hungarian National Museum. The royal and imperial history of Hungary continues to be celebrated, especially among those who view the Habsburgs as key figures in Hungarian history. Conclusion: the Habsburgs and the shaping of modern Europe. The fall of the Habsburg Empire did not mark the end of its influence on the peoples and regions it once ruled. The legacy of the Habsburgs lives on in the nations that emerged from its collapse, in the cultural and architectural heritage that remains, and in the complex web of memories, identities, and histories that continue to shape Central and Eastern Europe. The Habsburgs may no longer rule, but their empire, with all its contradictions, remains an indelible part of the European past. The years following the end of the Habsburg Empire were marked by political instability, economic turmoil, and a desperate search for national identity across Central and Eastern Europe. The world had changed dramatically after the end of World War I and the fall of many empires, but the legacy of the Habsburgs, particularly in countries like Austria, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, continued to affect the course of history. As new states tried to establish themselves in the wake of the empire's collapse, the tensions between nationalities, economic hardship, and the uncertainty of the post-war order set the stage for the rise of authoritarian regimes and the eventual outbreak of World War II. Austria, the struggle for identity, and the rise of fascism. In the wake of the Habsburg Empire's dissolution, Austria found itself struggling with the loss of imperial status and the uncertainty of its future. The First Austrian Republic, established in 1918, faced immediate challenges: political fragmentation, economic instability, and the loss of the empire's territories, including large swaths of land in Hungary, Italy, Slovenia, and Czechia. Austria, once the heart of the Habsburg Empire, had been reduced to a small, landlocked republic. Political fragmentation and the rise of nationalism. The political scene in post-imperial Austria was chaotic. The socialists and Christian socialists were the dominant political forces, but they were divided along ideological lines. The Social Democrats, who had been a part of the socialist movement within the empire, sought to establish a socialist republic. However, they were met with fierce resistance from more conservative factions. The Christian socialists, the leading force in the government, embraced a vision of a more traditional and Catholic-oriented Austria. The divisions were stark, and tensions boiled over in the 1930s. Amidst the political instability, Austrian nationalism emerged as a key force. The loss of the imperial crown and the collapse of the monarchy left many Austrians searching for a new identity. There was a significant desire among the Austrian people to restore the monarchy or, at the very least, preserve their cultural heritage and history tied to the Habsburgs. This longing for the old empire led to the growth of Austrian nationalist movements that promoted the idea of restoring Austria's greatness, even if that meant embracing some form of authoritarianism or fascism. The rise of fascism and the Anschluss. The Austrian economy struggled throughout the interwar years. Hyperinflation, poverty, and mass unemployment swept through the country. This economic instability provided fertile ground for the rise of fascist ideologies, including the Austrian Nazi Party. This party was a direct affiliate of the German Nazi Party, led by Adolf Hitler, who sought to unite all German-speaking peoples under one banner. In the 1930s, Austria was divided between the government, which was heavily influenced by conservative and Catholic ideologies, and the growing fascist and Nazi factions. In 1934, the Austrian Civil War erupted between the Austrian Socialists and the Austrian Nazis, resulting in the establishment of a fascist dictatorship led by Engelbert Dollfuss and his Fatherland Front. Dollfuss's government sought to maintain Austrian independence while preventing Nazi influence, but it was increasingly pressured by the growing Nazi movement. In 1938, Austria was annexed by Nazi Germany in an event known as the Anschluss. The Nazi regime in Germany, led by Hitler, sought to absorb Austria into its Greater German Reich. For many Austrians, the Anschluss was a bittersweet moment. While some welcomed the idea of a Greater Germanic Empire and the promise of economic stability, the fall of Austria into Nazi hands marked the final obliteration of the Habsburg legacy. The once proud and powerful Habsburg monarchy was gone, replaced by a brutal dictatorship and the horrific consequences of World War II. Hungary, the Habsburg ghost and the quest for revival. In Hungary, the dissolution of the Habsburg Empire had resulted in a sharp decline of its territorial holdings and international influence. The Treaty of Trianon in 1920 had deprived Hungary of more than two-thirds of its pre-war territory, and the scars of this loss ran deep. The Kingdom of Hungary had been a major power within the empire, but after the war, it found itself a smaller, weakened state with a fragmented population. The trauma of Trianon. The Treaty of Trianon created lasting trauma in Hungary. It left millions of ethnic Hungarians living outside the new borders of the country, particularly in Transylvania, now part of Romania, Slovakia, and Vojvodina, now part of Serbia. This division created a deep sense of humiliation and anger, as many Hungarians viewed the treaty as a national injustice and a betrayal by the victors of World War I. The irredentist movements that arose in the interwar period were fueled by a desire to reclaim these lost territories and restore Hungary to its former glory as a powerful state within the Habsburg Empire. During the interwar years, Hungary was ruled by Admiral Miklós Horthy, a regent who held significant influence over the country. Horthy's government sought to restore Hungary's position in Europe, but it was increasingly aligned with authoritarian and nationalist movements. Hungary's pursuit of revisionist policies, aimed at regaining its lost territories, led it into alliances with fascist regimes, particularly Nazi Germany and Italy. The specter of the Habsburg monarchy lingered in the background of Hungarian politics, with many longing for the days when Hungary had been a central part of a European empire. Hungary's fascist alignment and World War II. In the 1930s and 1940s, Hungary's fascist leanings became more pronounced. The Hungarian Arrow Cross Party, a far-right, pro-Nazi group, gained increasing influence. In 1940, Hungary joined the Axis powers, aligning itself with Nazi Germany and Italy in the build-up to World War II. The goal was to regain lost territories, but this also led to Hungary becoming embroiled in the brutal conflicts of the war. In 1944, Hungary was occupied by Nazi Germany, and Horthy's government was replaced by a puppet regime that aligned even more closely with Hitler's Germany. Hungary would not regain its territorial integrity or the grandeur of its past. After the war, the country came under Soviet influence as part of the Eastern Bloc, and the Habsburgs' legacy seemed further removed from the country's political future. In the post-war era, Hungary would struggle with communist rule and its transition into the modern era. Czechoslovakia, a fragile republic and the legacy of the Habsburgs. For Czechoslovakia, the interwar period was one of both opportunity and tension. The republic was founded on the premise of Czech-Slovak unity after centuries of Habsburg rule. Czechoslovakia initially thrived in the early years after World War I, but the interwar years would reveal the difficulties of managing a state that was home to many different ethnic groups, each with its own aspirations for autonomy or independence. Ethnic tensions and the rise of authoritarianism. Though Czechoslovakia had been formed as a beacon of unity for Slavic peoples, tensions between the Czechs and Slovaks persisted, and the presence of German minorities in regions such as Sudetenland further complicated national unity. Czechoslovakia's democratic system struggled to maintain stability as the pressures of nationalism and economic challenges mounted. In the 1930s, the rise of authoritarianism was a response to the growing instability, and Czech leader Edvard Beneš worked to consolidate power and fortify the republic. The Munich Agreement and the dissolution of Czechoslovakia. In 1938, Czechoslovakia was forced to cede territory to Nazi Germany as part of the Munich Agreement. The Sudetenland, which contained a significant ethnic German population, was handed over to Germany, and the country's defense was weakened. In 1939, Nazi Germany invaded Czechoslovakia, and the country was divided. The loss of this territory marked a dark chapter in Czechoslovakia's history and was a blow to the dream of a united, independent state. The Habsburg legacy, though largely fading, still cast its shadow over the political structures of the time. Conclusion: the interwar struggles and the end of an era. The interwar years were a time of profound transition and crisis for the nations that once formed the Habsburg Empire. The collapse of the empire left its successor states grappling with economic challenges, the trauma of war, and the desire for a new national identity. The rise of fascism and authoritarianism reflected the deep dissatisfaction with the post-imperial order and the failure of democratic systems to provide stability. As the shadow of the Habsburgs receded, Europe's political future was shaped by the competing ideologies and nationalist movements that arose in the wake of empire. The conclusion of the Second World War in 1945 saw the reshaping of Central and Eastern Europe, with profound consequences for the successor states of the Habsburg Empire. The Habsburg monarchy, which had once unified a vast expanse of territories and peoples under its rule, was now a distant memory. However, the echoes of its legacy still reverberated across the political landscape of Europe. The interwar years had witnessed the rise of fascism and authoritarianism, but as the war came to an end, it became clear that Europe was entering a new era. The Habsburgs, once symbols of imperial power, now found their influence diminished, as new superpowers, the Soviet Union and the United States, took center stage in a divided Europe. The end of the Habsburg legacy, Austria and the fate of the monarchy. In the years following World War II, the Habsburgs were no longer in a position to influence the future of Central Europe, but their legacy continued to linger. In Austria, the monarchy was officially abolished with the collapse of the First Austrian Republic and the establishment of the Second Austrian Republic after 1945. However, the transition from empire to republic was not easy. The experience of being a neutral country during the war, along with the bitter division of Austria after the war between the Soviet-controlled Eastern Zone and the Western powers, United States, United Kingdom, and France, created a tense atmosphere. Austrian neutrality and the division of Europe. After the war, Austria became an object of international negotiation, much like the other parts of Europe that had been divided along ideological lines. The Soviets sought to exert control over Austria, just as they had done in other parts of Eastern Europe, while the Western Allies viewed Austria as a symbol of the battle between democracy and totalitarianism. Austria's political fate was eventually sealed with the Austrian State Treaty of 1955, which declared the country's permanent neutrality and the withdrawal of all occupying foreign forces. The role of the Habsburgs in post-war Austria. While the Habsburg family's claim to the throne was long gone, they remained a symbol of Austria's imperial past. The question of restoring the monarchy remained a subject of public debate for years, especially among conservatives who longed for a return to a more traditional, monarchist government. However, this was ultimately rejected by the Austrian people, and Austria firmly aligned itself with the Western Bloc during the Cold War, adopting the Federal Republic model of governance. Despite this, the monarchy's memory was preserved in public life, and the Habsburgs remained important figures in the cultural history of Austria. In later years, the Habsburg family's presence in Austria would be relegated to symbolic events, cultural affairs, and charitable activities. Though never restored to power, the family's influence on Austrian culture, architecture, and history was enduring, with their former palaces and estates becoming symbols of the country's imperial heritage. Hungary, the rise and fall of Hungarian nationalism in the post-war world. In Hungary, the post-war era unfolded dramatically differently from that of Austria. Hungary, which had been a crucial component of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, found itself among the defeated nations of the war. In the wake of the conflict, Hungary became a satellite state of the Soviet Union, and the vestiges of the Habsburg Empire were increasingly overshadowed by the influence of Soviet-style communism. However, Hungary's relationship with the Soviet Union was fraught with tension and resistance. The Hungarian Revolution of 1956 was a direct response to Soviet-imposed rule and the desire to reclaim Hungarian sovereignty. The aftermath of Trianon and the search for national identity. The Treaty of Trianon, 1920, which had taken significant portions of Hungary's pre-war territory and placed them under the control of neighboring countries, remained a bitter point of contention throughout the 20th century. Hungary's nationalist movements, which had gained strength in the interwar period, sought to restore lost territories and national pride. After the war, however, Hungary found itself under Soviet occupation, and communism came to dominate the political sphere. Despite this, the image of the Habsburg monarchy continued to resonate with many Hungarians, particularly among those who still viewed the Habsburgs as protectors of the country's interests in the face of external threats. The Habsburg monarchy's Hungarian branches, most notably the Habsburg-Lorraine family, continued to live in exile, maintaining a public presence while often advocating for Hungarian interests on the international stage. The rise of communism and Soviet influence. The post-war period saw the rise of communist rule in Hungary, with the country formally becoming a part of the Eastern Bloc under Soviet control. The Habsburgs, who had once ruled Hungary, were no longer a factor in the political landscape, and Hungary's allegiance to the Soviet Union marked a definitive break from the monarchy and its influence. The Habsburg legacy was now relegated to historical archives, with no immediate future for the monarchy or any monarchy-like governance. During the 1956 Hungarian Revolution, when the country attempted to free itself from Soviet control, there was a brief resurgence of national pride and an embrace of Hungarian symbols. However, the revolution was crushed by Soviet forces, and Hungary would remain under communist rule until the fall of the Iron Curtain in the late 1980s. The monarchy's influence remained a distant memory, but the cultural and historical significance of the Habsburg Empire remained embedded in the Hungarian consciousness. Czechoslovakia, a new order amid communist rule. In Czechoslovakia, the post-war era brought the end of the Habsburg legacy once and for all. The country, which had once been part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, now stood as an independent, democratic republic. However, its independence would not last long. In 1948, a communist coup brought the country under Soviet influence, and Czechoslovakia became another communist satellite state. The end of the Habsburg influence. In the years following the war, Czechoslovakia's national identity became increasingly tied to its anti-monarchical history. The Habsburg monarchy had been seen by many in the Czechoslovak state as a symbol of oppression and imperialism, and the state worked to distance itself from that past. The influence of the Habsburgs in Czechoslovakia continued to fade as the country transitioned into the Soviet sphere, and the monarchy became a distant memory. After the Soviet coup in 1948, the remnants of Habsburg influence were almost entirely wiped away, replaced by communist ideology and policies that sought to transform the country into a socialist state. The Prague Spring of 1968, which sought to liberalize the communist system, was also crushed by Soviet forces, further solidifying the distance between Czechoslovakia and its imperial past. Czechoslovak nationalism and the Soviet model. Despite the heavy hand of the Soviet Union, Czechoslovak nationalism persisted in subtle ways, with many longing for a return to a more democratic, independent identity. The Velvet Revolution of 1989 and the peaceful overthrow of the communist regime led to the Czech Republic and Slovakia gaining independence in 1993. However, the Habsburg legacy had been largely erased from the national consciousness by this point, replaced by a desire for national self-determination and integration into the European Union. Conclusion: the Habsburgs' shadow in modern Europe. As the Cold War ended and the European Union emerged as a powerful political and economic bloc, the memory of the Habsburg Empire was relegated to history books and cultural memory. The empire's once glorious legacy had faded, and the nations that had once been part of it were now firmly rooted in their modern identities. However, the Habsburgs were not forgotten entirely. In countries like Austria, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech Republic and Slovakia, the legacy of the monarchy remained in the form of cultural heritage, architecture, and even occasional nostalgia among some factions for the stability the empire once provided. Though the Habsburgs no longer held power, their influence on the history and development of Central Europe continued to resonate. The collapse of their empire marked the end of one of the greatest political entities in European history, but it also marked the beginning of a new era, one characterized by the rise of nationalism, fascism, communism, and eventually democracy in the wake of totalitarianism. The Habsburg Empire's long history and its complex legacy would continue to shape the culture and politics of Europe for generations to come. The final decades of the 20th century and the early 21st century saw Europe continue to evolve, marked by the rise of the European Union, the fall of the Soviet Union, and a redefinition of national identities. Yet, the impact of the Habsburg Empire continued to echo through the regions once ruled by its monarchs. From Austria to Hungary, and Czechia to Slovakia, the remnants of Habsburg influence could still be found in the political, cultural, and societal landscapes of Central Europe. This scene explores how the legacy of the Habsburg Empire shaped the modern nations of Central Europe, from architectural monuments to political aspirations, and how the ideas born in the empire continue to influence European integration and governance today. Cultural continuity, monuments, and museums. Even as the Habsburgs no longer reigned over Europe, the cultural imprint of their rule remained omnipresent in the countries that were once part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. From the opulent palaces in Vienna to the majestic castles in Hungary, the remnants of the empire still stand as monuments to its former glory. These structures not only reflect the wealth and power of the empire but also symbolize its cultural contributions to the modern world. Vienna, the heart of the Habsburgs. Vienna, the former imperial capital, remains the cultural center of Austria and a symbol of the Habsburgs' legacy. Schönbrunn Palace and the Hofburg Palace, both iconic Habsburg residences, attract millions of tourists each year. These palaces house museums that celebrate the cultural and artistic achievements of the Habsburgs, from their patronage of classical music to their commissioning of Rococo architecture. The Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra, one of the most prestigious orchestras in the world, traces its roots to the Habsburg era, when the monarchy supported the arts and musicians like Beethoven and Mozart. The Hungarian heritage. In Hungary, the Habsburg presence is still visible through their architectural legacy, with the Buda Castle standing as a monumental symbol of Habsburg power and grandeur. The castle, which overlooks the Danube River, was the residence of the Hungarian monarchs during the Habsburg period and remains a UNESCO World Heritage Site. In addition to its role as a historic landmark, the castle houses several museums, including the Hungarian National Gallery, which showcases the nation's rich cultural history and the artistic legacy of the empire. Furthermore, Hungarian cuisine, with its intricate blend of Austrian, Turkish, and Slavic influences, continues to reflect the fusion of cultures that the Habsburgs sought to bring together under their rule. Goulash, strudel, and other culinary traditions that arose during the empire remain staples in Hungary's modern culture. Czech Republic and Slovakia, monuments to a past empire. In the Czech Republic and Slovakia, the influence of the Habsburgs is evident in cities like Prague and Bratislava. Prague's Prague Castle, which served as the seat of the kings of Bohemia, remains a testament to the grandeur of the Habsburg reign. The Old Town Square and Charles Bridge in Prague continue to attract millions of visitors, and the city's deep ties to the Habsburgs can be seen in its grand architecture, including the St. Vitus Cathedral, whose construction began under Habsburg patronage. In Slovakia, the Bratislava Castle, overlooking the Danube River, also stands as a significant relic of the Habsburg era. The castle was restored in the late 20th century, symbolizing a resurgence of interest in the country's imperial past. Museums in both countries focus on the Austro-Hungarian era, celebrating the shared history between these nations. Political influence, the rise of European integration. The idea of a unified Europe was an enduring vision for the Habsburgs, particularly Emperor Charles VI and Empress Maria Theresa, who sought to consolidate the various disparate regions of their empire. While the Habsburgs were never able to create a lasting European federation, Their vision of a unified Europe was later realized in the form of the European Union (EU). The EU in the spirit of the Habsburg Empire. The European Union has, in many ways, echoed the political goals of the Habsburg Empire. Much like the Habsburgs' efforts to bring together a diverse array of peoples and cultures under one roof, the EU sought to create a political and economic union that would promote peace, prosperity, and cooperation among European nations. Today, the legacy of the Habsburg Empire, with its focus on multinational cooperation and a shared sense of European identity, is visible in the EU's commitment to a united, peaceful Europe. Austrian and Hungarian diplomacy in the EU. Both Austria and Hungary, now independent countries, have continued to play significant roles in European diplomacy. Austria, as a neutral country, has leveraged its historic role as the heart of the Habsburgs' former empire to act as a bridge between Eastern and Western Europe. It has also contributed to EU policy making and the expansion of the European Union to include former Eastern Bloc countries. Hungary, while having a more complex relationship with the EU, has used its historical position to advocate for regional interests, especially in matters related to Central Europe. Hungary's role in shaping European policies on issues like immigration, border control, and regional development has been influenced by its history as a former imperial power within the Habsburg Empire. Nationalism and memory. The Habsburgs in contemporary politics. Though the Habsburg monarchy was officially abolished, nationalist movements in the countries once part of the empire often invoked the memory of the monarchy to promote unity and national pride. Austria, the monarchy's enduring symbol. In Austria, nostalgia for the Habsburg monarchy remains alive in certain political and cultural circles. While the monarchy was abolished in 1918, the Habsburg family continues to be a symbol of Austria's imperial history. The Habsburgs' connection to Austria's traditional values is often evoked in political debates about Austria's identity and future. Some conservative factions, especially those on the political right, have looked to the Habsburgs as a symbol of a unified, stable Europe and a prosperous period in Austrian history. Hungary, nationalism and the search for identity. In Hungary, the Habsburg legacy continues to shape political discourse, especially in the context of Hungarian nationalism. After the fall of communism, Hungary experienced a resurgence of interest in its imperial past, with some political groups advocating for a return to traditional values associated with the Habsburg era. Nationalist sentiments, fueled by a desire to restore Hungary's lost territories after World War I, have at times leaned on the memory of the Habsburgs as a unifying force for the Hungarian people. The idea of reclaiming Hungarian greatness, particularly in light of Hungary's diminished territorial control post-Trianon, often references the Habsburg monarchy's role as a stabilizing force in European politics. The Habsburgs in the modern cultural imagination. In the 21st century, the Habsburgs have found a place in the cultural imagination of Europe, especially in literature, film, and media. The empire's rich history, its complex relationships between monarchs and subjects, and the social changes that took place under Habsburg rule have provided fertile ground for artistic and literary exploration. The Habsburgs in film and literature. Films and novels that explore the history of the Austro-Hungarian Empire often paint the Habsburgs as symbols of a lost world. Works such as The Habsburgs, The Rise and Fall of an Empire, and films like The Emperor's New Groove, a satirical take on imperialism, reflect the enduring fascination with the empire. Furthermore, the legacy of the Habsburgs continues to inspire works that explore the tensions between empire, nationhood, and identity. Cultural festivals and Habsburg remembrance. Cultural festivals in cities like Vienna and Budapest, dedicated to the Habsburgs, continue to attract interest from those who wish to experience the grandeur and complexity of the empire. From Habsburg-themed exhibitions to opera performances of works commissioned by the monarchy, the cultural celebration of the Habsburgs persists, keeping their memory alive for future generations. Conclusion: the Habsburgs and the continuing influence on Central Europe. As the 21st century unfolds, the Habsburg legacy continues to be felt throughout Central Europe, though no longer through political dominion. Their influence persists in the architectural landscapes, cultural practices, and national identities of the countries that once formed their empire. The Habsburgs, through their legacy of multiculturalism, centralized power, and commitment to European unity, have left an indelible mark on the history of the continent, shaping both the past and the present in profound ways. As Europe moves further into the globalized era, the Habsburgs' vision of a united Europe remains part of the conversation, a legacy woven into the fabric of modern European integration and cultural diplomacy. Though the empire itself is no more, its influence continues to shape the trajectory of Europe's history. The dissolution of the Habsburg Empire at the end of World War I marked a defining moment in European history. The collapse of one of the longest-standing empires in modern history reshaped the political and cultural landscapes of Central Europe, as new nations emerged from the ashes of the empire. This scene explores the aftermath of the Habsburg Empire's collapse, focusing on the creation of new states, the redefinition of national identities, and the challenges that arose from the breakup of a once powerful imperial structure. The fall of the Habsburg Empire, a world transformed. The Habsburg Empire was one of the last of its kind in Europe, enduring for over 6 centuries. At its height, it was a multinational and multilingual empire, encompassing vast swathes of Europe, including Austria, Hungary, Czechia, Slovakia, parts of Italy, Poland, the Balkans, and Ukraine. However, by the end of World War I, it was clear that the empire could no longer withstand the forces of nationalism, militarism, and social upheaval. The war had devastated Europe, and the Habsburg monarchy, already weakened by internal divisions and external pressures, was finally brought to its knees. The final blow, World War I and the collapse of the empire. The end of World War I in 1918 proved to be the final blow to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The empire's involvement in the war on the side of the Central Powers had been disastrous. Defeated on multiple fronts by the Allied powers, the empire's resources were drained, its economy shattered, and its military decimated. The mounting discontent among its various ethnic groups, from the Czechs to the Croats, had already weakened the unity of the empire. As the war drew to a close, revolutionary movements in cities like Vienna and Budapest led to the abdication of the last Habsburg emperor, Charles I, Karl I, in November 1918. The fall of the monarchy, and the creation of new states. The abdication of Emperor Charles I marked the official end of the Habsburg Empire, and within months the territories that had once been part of the empire were divided into several independent states. The Treaty of Saint-Germain, 1919, and the Treaty of Trianon, 1920, redefined the borders of Central Europe, redrawing the map and creating new nations from the ruins of the Habsburg monarchy. The map of Europe was irrevocably changed, with the creation of Austria, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and Poland, among others. The rise of new national identities. With the dissolution of the empire came the rise of nationalism, as formerly subordinate ethnic groups asserted their independence and sought to establish new national identities. For many, the collapse of the Habsburgs was seen as an opportunity to break free from centuries of imperial rule and to establish their own sovereign nations. However, the process of defining these new national identities was far from simple, and the new states often found themselves struggling to reconcile the diverse ethnic groups within their borders. Austria, a new republic born from the ashes. In Austria, the fall of the Habsburgs brought about the creation of the First Austrian Republic. The country faced a difficult transition from an imperial monarchy to a republic, with political instability and economic hardship plaguing the early years of the republic. Austria's new identity, which had once been firmly tied to the imperial Habsburgs, now had to be redefined. Vienna, as the former imperial capital, became a symbol of Austria's struggle for independence and its desire to forge a new national identity. The country faced numerous challenges, including the rise of right-wing political movements, economic turmoil, and the complex task of integrating a diverse population that had once been part of a multinational empire. Hungary, the trauma of Trianon. Hungary faced a particularly painful adjustment to the loss of its imperial status. The Treaty of Trianon, signed in 1920, resulted in the loss of 2/3 of Hungary's pre-war territory, leaving the country landlocked and with a much smaller population. The trauma of this territorial loss became a central element of Hungary's post-war identity, and the notion of irredentism, the desire to reclaim lost lands, became a key feature of Hungarian nationalism. The Habsburg monarchy, which had once been a unifying force for Hungary, was now seen by many as a distant memory, and Hungary struggled to find its place in the new post-war European order. Czechoslovakia, unity amidst diversity. Czechoslovakia, a new state formed from the northern and western parts of the former Habsburg lands, was founded on the idea of Czech and Slovak unity. The new state, led by Tomáš Garriga Masaryk, embraced the ideal of democratic governance and national self-determination. However, the diversity of the population, which included significant German, Hungarian, and Jewish minorities, presented significant challenges. Tensions between these different groups, especially the German-speaking population of the Sudetenland, would eventually lead to the disintegration of Czechoslovakia decades later. Despite this, the formation of Czechoslovakia represented a triumph of nationalist aspirations and a desire for autonomy after centuries of Habsburg rule. Yugoslavia, the struggle for unity. The creation of Yugoslavia brought together various Slavic peoples, including Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, under a single political entity. The new kingdom, often referred to as the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, was initially hailed as a symbol of South Slavic unity. However, the divisions between the different ethnic groups, compounded by the legacy of Habsburg imperial rule, would later lead to conflicts and the eventual breakup of Yugoslavia in the 1990s. The challenge of creating a unified state from diverse and often antagonistic ethnic groups proved to be one of the enduring legacies of the Habsburg Empire's collapse. The social and economic consequences of the collapse. While the political restructuring of Central Europe following the fall of the Habsburg Empire was dramatic, the social and economic consequences of the collapse were just as significant. The dismantling of the empire's complex systems of governance, trade, and social organization left a lasting impact on the new nations. Economic disruption. The Habsburg Empire had been an economic powerhouse, with its extensive networks of trade, industry, and agriculture. The breakup of the empire disrupted these economic systems, leading to economic instability and poverty in many of the newly created states. The transition from an empire to smaller, independent nations required the reorganization of trade routes, the establishment of new currencies, and the creation of new political and economic institutions. Ethnic tensions and social divisions. The Habsburg Empire had been home to many different ethnic groups, each with its own language, culture, and identity. With the fall of the empire, these groups sought to establish their own national identities, but this process was not always peaceful. Ethnic minorities in the newly formed states often felt marginalized and oppressed, leading to social divisions and conflicts. In Hungary, for example, the loss of territory and the treatment of minorities became a source of tension. Similarly, in Czechoslovakia, the integration of ethnic Germans, Hungarians, and Jews into a unified Czech and Slovak state was fraught with difficulties. Legacy of the Habsburg Empire, a world changed. The Habsburg Empire's collapse marked the end of an era in European history, but its legacy continued to influence the future. The empire had been a symbol of both unity and division, a place where diverse peoples lived under a single imperial structure. In many ways, the fall of the Habsburgs reflected the broader challenges of the early 20th century, the rise of nationalism, the collapse of empires, and the quest for self-determination. The Habsburgs may have lost their throne, but their legacy endures in the cultures, identities, and geopolitics of Central Europe. The nations that emerged from the ruins of the empire were forever shaped by its history, both in terms of their national identities and the lasting challenges they faced in trying to forge stable, democratic, and prosperous societies. Though the Habsburg Empire officially came to an end in 1918, its legacy continues to reverberate through the political, cultural, and social fabric of Central Europe and beyond. The collapse of the empire marked the end of one of Europe's most powerful dynasties, but the influence of the Habsburgs lingers in the nations that emerged from the empire's dissolution, shaping their politics, identities, and international relations for generations to come. This final scene explores how the Habsburg legacy has evolved in the modern era, examining the lasting impact of the empire on contemporary Europe and the world. The cultural legacy, preserving a shared history. The Habsburg Empire was a melting pot of cultures, languages, and religions. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was home to a vast array of ethnic groups, including Germans, Hungarians, Czechs, Slovaks, Serbs, Croats, Italians, Romanians, Poles, and Jews, among others. This diversity was one of the defining features of the empire, and its cultural richness can still be seen in the art, architecture, music, and traditions of the successor states today. Vienna's cultural heritage. Vienna, the capital of the Habsburg Empire, remains a city that is synonymous with culture and sophistication. The imperial capital was home to some of the world's greatest composers, including Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, Ludwig van Beethoven, and Johann Strauss, whose music is still celebrated today. The city's palaces, such as the Hofburg, and its architectural landmarks, including St. Stephen's Cathedral, reflect the grandeur of the Habsburgs and their commitment to preserving the arts. The Viennese Secession, an art movement that emerged in the late 19th century, marked a turning point in European art history and has left a lasting imprint on contemporary Austrian culture. The role of the Habsburgs in modern art and literature. The cultural richness of the Habsburg Empire also extended to its literary traditions. Writers such as Franz Kafka, Stefan Zweig, and Joseph Roth captured the complexity and contradictions of the empire in their works, exploring themes of identity, belonging, and disintegration. Kafka's tales of alienation, for example, can be seen as reflections of the multicultural, fragmented nature of the Habsburg world. The legacy of these authors continues to shape the literary landscape of the countries that once belonged to the empire, with modern Austrian and Hungarian literature continuing to explore themes of cultural identity and the collapse of empire. Political influence. The Habsburg vision of a united Europe. In the aftermath of World War I, the Habsburg Empire disintegrated, but the vision of a united Europe that the Habsburgs once espoused has not disappeared. The Habsburgs were early proponents of European integration, seeing the value of a unified Europe long before it became a reality in the 20th century. Their pan-European outlook was motivated by both political pragmatism and a desire to protect the empire's multinational character. Today, the ideals of European unity and cooperation continue to shape the political landscape of Europe, particularly through the European Union (EU). The European Union, a modern Habsburg dream? The creation of the European Union in the mid-20th century can be seen as a reflection of the Habsburg Empire's attempt to create a cohesive, multi-ethnic political entity. The EU, much like the Habsburg Empire, brings together a diverse range of nations, cultures, and languages into a cooperative political structure. While the Habsburg Empire's attempt at unity was ultimately unsuccessful, the EU has succeeded where the Habsburgs failed, creating a political framework that allows for cooperation, free trade, and mobility across national borders. Today, the legacy of the Habsburgs' vision of a unified Europe is alive in the institutions of the European Union, which continues to promote stability and peace in a region once ravaged by war and division. The Habsburgs' role in modern diplomacy. The Habsburgs also played a crucial role in the development of European diplomacy. Their influence in the Congress of Vienna, 1814–1815, which redrew the map of Europe after the Napoleonic Wars, laid the foundations for the diplomatic order of the 19th century. The Austrian Foreign Ministry, which was central to Habsburg diplomacy, became one of the most important institutions in European politics, shaping the course of events in Europe for centuries. Today, Austria continues to play a significant role in international diplomacy, serving as a neutral ground for peace talks and international negotiations. The Habsburgs' legacy as diplomats and mediators is a continuing part of Austria's foreign policy. The social legacy, the Habsburg Empire and modern identity. The dissolution of the Habsburg Empire left deep scars in the social fabric of the new nations that emerged in its wake. Yet, the empire's influence is still evident in the national identities of countries like Austria, Hungary, Czechia, and Slovakia. The challenge of reconciling the diverse ethnic and cultural groups that once lived under the Habsburgs remains a central issue in the politics of these countries, where debates over national identity and minority rights continue to shape the political discourse. Austria and Hungary, rebuilding national identities. After the fall of the empire, Austria and Hungary faced the difficult task of rebuilding their national identities. Austria, once the dominant partner in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, struggled to redefine itself as a small, neutral republic in the heart of Europe. The country sought to establish a new national narrative that was not tied to its imperial past. Similarly, Hungary, having lost much of its historical territory, grappled with feelings of national trauma and a desire to reclaim its former greatness. The legacy of the Habsburgs loomed large in both countries, but each found its own path to reimagining its future, even as they remained haunted by the shadow of the past. The persistence of Habsburg memory in Central Europe. In many ways, the Habsburg legacy is most vividly preserved in the memory of the empire's cultural and political institutions. In Austria, the Habsburg monarchy is remembered with a mixture of nostalgia and ambivalence. For some, the imperial past is a symbol of stability and grandeur, while for others it represents a time of authoritarian rule. In Hungary, the Habsburgs are often remembered as both oppressors and protectors of Hungarian sovereignty. For many, the Habsburg period represents a time of relative peace, but also of ethnic tensions and political instability. In Czechia, the legacy of the Habsburgs is more complicated, as Czechs have long struggled with the tension between their national aspirations and the imperial structures that once ruled them. A lasting impact on European integration and diplomacy. The Habsburgs' vision of a unified Europe may have been unfulfilled in their time, but the principles they advocated for cooperation, dialogue, and mutual respect are at the heart of the modern European project. Today, Europe stands as a testament to the ideals of cooperation and shared identity that the Habsburgs, despite their failures, championed. The modern European Union is a reflection of the unity the Habsburgs once sought, albeit in a far more successful and enduring form.